Chapter 9:23. The plainly dressed Fu Jun stared blankly at the red-robed beauty who was walking out of the restaurant. He was still in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? We're screwed this time. The red-robed, beautiful woman walked out, feeling sullen in her heart. She was extremely careful and cautious. Even if she tried to seduce young Master Xinghua in the dark, she only hinted at him slightly at the start and didn't leave anything behind. It was only after 1,000 years that she was certain that young Master Xinghua had taken the bait that she truly kicked him out. She even purposely said that she couldn't let Lord Fu be too sad and purposely stalled for time until now. I didn't expect that young Master Xinghua had been faking it all this time. In fact, his faking was even better than mine. The red-robed beauty silently mused to herself. She could be considered a veteran, yet she had not seen through young Master Xinghua's disguise at all. In fact, in the legends, young Master Xinghua had never had a Tao companion before and only knew how to cultivate. Who would have thought that he was even better at disguising his emotions than her? So be it if you fail. Let's see if you can enter the Holy Land during the Star Convention this time. If you fail, you will have to change your identity. The red-robed beauty, and I Yen, secretly calculated. She was quite decisive. To her, seducing people was just a way to obtain resources for her cultivation. Inside the restaurant, Fu Jun suffered a huge blow. Previously, he thought that his Tao companion only had a change of heart. Who would have thought that all these years had been a pretense and deceit? It was all fake. Brother Fu Jun, she is intentionally lying to you. Why are you still immersed in it? The golden-robed youth laughed as he poured some wine. Come. Let's drink. Now I know that she was just pretending in the past. But can she really transcend just because she wants to? Fu Jun smiled bitterly. Brother Sun Yi, I know that you have good intentions, and you have indeed helped me avoid even greater troubles in the future. But in my heart, I secretly wish that you had never pointed it out. The golden-robed youth was slightly taken aback. If it's true, how good would that be? Fu Jun turned his head and walked out. The golden-robed youth sat there alone and poured himself a cup of wine. His gaze was distant as he muttered to himself. If it's true, he poured himself one glass after another and drank silently. Only when he was done did he pay the bill and leave. In the corner, Dongbua Shuiying, on the other hand, was watching everything that was happening. As one of the 5 teachers of the convention, he had long since received the name list and information regarding the participants of the Star Convention. Naturally, he knew these 3 people. Fu Jun, cultivated for 320 billion years. Rogue cultivator, adventuring outside. Not long after reaching the Unity Realm, he met an I Yen and became Tao companions with her. An I Yen, she had cultivated for 1 trillion years, and was also an itinerant cultivator. Now, it seemed that she was an extremely cunning cultivator who liked to seduce other experts to become Tao companions, thereby cheating them of their resources. Among the cultivators, there were all kinds of evil demons. Naturally, there were also those who deceived others. Xinghua Sun Yi, cultivating for 530 billion years, his background is huge. The previous 2 were loose cultivators, but Xinghua Sun Yi was the son of the famous Xinghua Emperor. Because of his father's bloodline, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and the speed at which he stepped into the Unity Realm was even faster than Dongbua Shuiying in just 8 billion years. But after that, his strength rose at an extremely slow pace. After all, his father was a primal chaos realm giant, and he could only reach the Unity Realm by relying on his bloodline cultivation system. Because his status was high enough, there was a lot of information regarding Xinghua Sun Yi. From young to old, there were a lot of records. According to the records, he had never had a Tao companion before. He only knew that he was immersed in cultivating in the Xinghua God Palace. It's a pity that his strength was ordinary. Interesting. Truly interesting. Dongbua Shui Ying looked at the departing back of this golden-robed young man. A person who has never had a Tao companion and only knows how to cultivate actually caused that person called an Ai Yin to stumble. It seems that there are many unknowns that have yet to be discovered. Dongbua Shui Ying became interested in this young Master Xinghua. Naturally, no one present could recognize Dongbua Shui Ying's identity, because as the teacher of the convention, those with some background would know who the teacher of the convention would be. The moment he was recognized, it would be troublesome. Thus, Dongbua Shui Ying had to change his appearance and conceal his aura while walking in the Blade Emperor City. Blade Emperor City, within one of the many cavern dwellings that were specially used to receive important guests. Father, Xinghua Sun, he returned to his cavern dwelling. A black-haired male was currently seated alone in the courtyard. He had a majestic figure. Even sitting there, he was taller than Xinghua Sun by a head. Just by emitting a small amount of aura, he was able to obstruct the operation laws of the sacred world. Wherever he was, the laws of the sacred world would have to retreat. Xinghua Emperor was famous for being cold and tyrannical, but in front of his son, this coldness and tyranny was much weaker. Sun Yi, Xinghua Emperor said, "You are the son of I, Xinghua. This time, I have invited you to participate in the Star Convention. I hope that you will not embarrass me. Your big brother has already gotten through the 5th level Star Pagoda. I don't have a high requirement for you. Just get through the 3rd level Star Pagoda. I can't do it." Xinghua Sun, he calmly said, "You can't even do this? I can give you any cultivation resources you want, yet you can't do it?" Xinghua Emperor was slightly furious. "Unless you still haven't forgotten that illusory wife of yours?" "How could I forget? How could I forget?" Xinghua Sun, he stared at his father. "I can't forget. If you feel that I will embarrass you, I can give up right now and not participate in the Star Convention." Xinghua Emperor was stunned. He had no other choice. That was why he forced his son to participate in the Star Convention. He hoped that his son would try his best in this gathering where many experts would gather. "Go." Xinghua Emperor did not say anything else. Xinghua Sun, he turned around and left. Xinghua Emperor sat there silently. He was filled with regret. He had 2 sons. His youngest son had an extremely high talent. Even though he cultivated the bloodline system, he had also cultivated the ancient cultivation system. His youngest son specialized in the illusory realm in the ancient cultivation system. Cultivating both great systems at the same time, the ancient cultivation system was only slightly slower than the bloodline cultivation system. He spent 300 million years to step into the void god realm, and that made Xinghua Emperor ecstatic. The bloodline cultivation system depended on the father, but the ancient cultivation system had a high requirement on comprehension ability. Even though the father was formidable, and the children's comprehension ability would not be too bad, it still depended on the children themselves. But his son could become a void god in the illusory realm in 300 million years. He did not care about the price to find a precious treasure that could cultivate the illusory realm. It was worth a total of 10,000 origin world rocks. It was called the Boundary Stone. The Boundary Stone would naturally produce an illusory realm within. Furthermore, it was an extremely exquisite illusory realm. The illusory realm formed would be different every time. Studying it would allow one to study all sorts of profound mysteries of the illusory realm. After his son obtained it, he would frequently send his consciousness into the Boundary Stone to experience many illusory realms. Those illusory realms were extremely mysterious. The internal law system was comparable to that of a miniature cosmos. Furthermore, it would be different every time. Hence, after cultivating for 6 billion years, his son Xinghua Sun had reached the unity realm in the ancient cultivation system. But following that, something happened the Boundary Stone. The illusory realm was too real. The worlds formed within were filled with countless life forms. They were just like the real world. They had spirituality emotions, gratitude, and grudges. It was precisely because it was sufficiently real that the operating law of this illusory realm was comparable to that of a miniature cosmos. But his son, Xing Huasun, had fallen in love with a girl within the illusory realm. Even though he knew it was fake, Xing Huasun treated it as a child at the start. After all, he had experienced too many illusory realms and all sorts of emotions. This was also the reason why he was good at disguising. But even though he knew it was fake, as time passed, Xing Huasun still fell into it, because everything was too real. It had touched the inner heart of Xing Huasun. He fell into it. He did not wish for it to end. He had always been living with that girl in the illusory realm. They had even become Tao companions. He had even thought of ways to let his wife live longer. In the illusory realm, his wife had indeed become stronger and lived for a long time. But ultimately, it was just an illusory realm. This illusory realm would eventually collapse, and the boundary stone would automatically create a new illusory realm. No, when the illusory realm collapsed, when his wife disappeared in front of him, even though he had told his wife everything in the end, and she understood that she was a part of the illusory realm, she had accepted it. But Xing Huasun, he could not accept it. The world in front of him collapsed. All living beings were destroyed. Even his wife was destroyed within. No. At that moment, Xing Huasun, he had gone completely mad. Chapter 924. AI. Seated in the courtyard, Xing Hu Emperor sighed. How good would it be if I did not give the boundary stone to Sun Yi in the past? This son of his was practically crippled. He had thought of many methods, yet they were all useless, because the heart injury had seeped into the essence of his soul. Even after sealing his memories, his son, Xing Huasun, had a disgust towards cultivation from the depths of his soul. He was no longer willing to cultivate. He had even invited some primal chaos giants who specialized in the illusory realm to help him weave an illusory realm. It was futile to guide him through the illusory realm. If he wanted to cure the heart disease, he had to weave a similar illusory realm world. But other experts could not replicate the illusory realm world created by the boundary stone in the past. He had even asked several cosmos gods, yet the answer was the same. The heart injury had seeped into the essence of the soul, and it was too hard to recover. Like some transcendence, they would not be able to recover because of some huge setback. And Xing Huasun, he was a unity realm genius. He was too powerful, and he specialized in the illusory realm. Such an expert would not easily be affected in his heart. But the moment his heart was truly injured, it would be 1,000,000,000 times harder to recover. It could even be said that external force was useless. There was only one way, to rely on Xing Huasun himself. But how difficult was it to struggle out of this quagmire? I have always kept him by my side. Maybe I am wrong. I should borrow this star convention to let him go out and adventure. Who knows, there might be a miracle. Xing, what Emperor thought. He was powerful, yet he could not do anything when facing his son. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the star convention. So. Dongbua Shuiing, an inquisitive sky hull master, flew side by side in the sky of the city. Many figures could be seen flying in the same direction. Within the Blade Emperor city, under the suppression of the unseen array, only those at the Unity Realm could fly. The layout of the venue for the Star Convention is not bad. Dongbua Shuiing could already see the huge venue. This venue was located close to the Star Pagoda. Because the location of the Star Pagoda was fixed, the Blade Emperor city could only set up the venue in a relatively vast region. By controlling space, one could discover that the venue, which was 500 kilometers wide, had been forcefully twisted into a 500,000 kilometers wide venue as one flew closer. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Elder Dongbua, please. An expert immediately led the way. After approaching the venue, most people were forced to land quickly and had to enter through the main entrance. As for Dongbua Shuiing, an inquisitive Sky Palace Master, they were led to a towering platform in the distance. There were a total of 11 seats in the center of the platform, and a large number of seats on both sides. Elder Dongbo, please. Everyone's seats were already reserved. There were 11 seats at the center of the high platform. Seated at the centermost seat was the host of the Star Convention this time, Heart Imitation Religious Master. There were only 2 9th-level Star Pagoda, Primal Chaos experts in the entire Blade Emperor city, and Heart Imitation Religious Master was one of them. Actually, with his identity and status, it was rare for him to host the Star Convention that happened once every trillion years. Nonetheless, there was a 9th-level Star Pagoda Strength General Hatchet Palace Master amongst the teachers of the convention this time. Since General Hatchet Palace Master was here, as the host of this event, Saber Emperor City naturally couldn't lower their head. Hence, Heart Imitation Religious Master personally came to host this event. To the left of Heart Imitation Religious Master were the 5 teachers of the convention. They were General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, General Heavenlight, and Dongbu Shuang. To the right of him were the primal chaos guests that came from the holy grounds, like Inquisitive Sky Palace Master and the experts from the Star City. Other than the 11 seats at the center, there were some seats by the side for primal chaos giants that came from non-holy grounds. Even someone as powerful as Imperial Lord Xinghua, because he wasn't a member of a sacred land, was only able to sit at the side. This was the rule of the previous Star Convention. Only experts from the 6 great holy grounds could sit at the center. General Hatchet, who would have thought that you would come to be a teacher of the convention this time? Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. Heart Imitation Religious Master had a strange appearance. His face was thin and long, and his facial features were slightly ugly, but his aura was warm, and even those who were picky about appearances would feel joy from the bottom of their hearts when they saw him. It is time for me to come out and have a walk. I won't be able to find an opportunity to break through if I keep cultivating in closed-door cultivation. General Hatchet said, "This final step is indeed hard for me to take." Heart Imitation Religious Master shook his head. He was once an outstanding cultivator and was the most dazzling cultivator of an era. He was also one of the only 2 in the history of the 6 great holy grounds who had gotten through the 7th floor of Star Tower. He had also improved by leaps and bounds at the Primal Chaos realm. He was so confident that he even created a religion and spread his Tao wantonly. Countless cultivators worshipped him and obeyed his orders. Nevertheless, after reaching the pinnacle of the Primal Chaos realm, the 9th-level Star Pagoda, he stagnated here. Even though he knew that his attainments in certain aspects weren't any weaker than Cosmos Gods. If he did not take that final step, there would ultimately be a qualitative difference between him and Cosmos Gods. On the high platform of the Star Convention, the primal chaos giants were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. The majority of them knew each other. As for Dongbu Shuang, he sat by the side of the central host seat. He remained silent, because the person beside him was General Heavenlight. General Heavenlight's body was faintly covered in golden light. He was emitting a slight pressure that suppressed Dongbu Shuang by the side. This caused Dongbu Shuang's expression to change slightly. He isn't even restraining his pressure and is deliberately suppressing me? General Heavenlight was at the 8th-level Star Pagoda strength. His pressure was relatively tyrannical. Dongbu Shuang indirectly controlled his law domain to forcefully obstruct the other party's pressure. One was suppressing and the other was resisting. The relationship between both parties became even stiffer. A brat at the Unity Realm thinks he is qualified to stand on the same level as us. General Heavenlight glanced at Dongbu Shuang from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to look at him anymore and was even more too lazy to speak. He was famous for being tyrannical even amongst primal chaos giants. He would directly berate and suppress some of the weaker primal chaos giants, much less those at the Unity Realm. In his eyes, Unity Realm experts were ants. Even his own disciples from Blade Emperor City were trembling in fear when facing General Heavenlight. Who would have thought that a Unity Realm expert would stand on the same level as him? General Heavenlight felt slightly embarrassed. It's a pity that this was decided by the cosmos gods, and he could not do anything about it. But for him to welcome Dongbua Shuiying with a smile, that was impossible. Fellow cultivators. A warm voice reverberated across the entire venue as if it was ringing in the soul of everyone. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled as he began explaining the origin of the Star Convention and the rules of it. The process of the Star Convention was simple. First was the primary selection. More than 16,000 talented cultivators participating in the Star Convention would attempt the Star Pagoda. According to their results, the treasure spirit of the Star Pagoda would judge and select the top 100 strongest cultivators. The treasure spirit was absolutely fair. It was still able to rank the cultivators based on their strength. And the teacher of the convention would have 1,000 years to observe these talented cultivators. These talented cultivators could also come and seek guidance from the teacher of the convention. During this 1,000 years, the teacher of the convention would observe them thoroughly before picking out those who were weaker, but filled with potential. Each teacher would pick out 20 of them. There would be a total of 100 of them. Through the selection of the teachers and the Star Pagoda, a total of 200 would be chosen. These 200 cultivators were qualified to enter the holy ground. But under such circumstances, they were ordinary disciples. After the primary selection, these 200 cultivators would be provided with resources, absolute art scriptures, guidance from experts, and others. They would cultivate for 10,000 years. Naturally, they would cultivate in a place where time was accelerated. In reality, they would cultivate for a total of 1,000,000 years. Even though the time was short, if they did not have good resources or guidance in the past and had sufficient accumulation, most would be able to improve in this 1,000,000 years. Whether they could improve or not would depend on their potential. After the primary selection, they would cultivate for 10,000 years. After cultivating, these 200 cultivators would battle, and the top 5 would be decided through battle. Furthermore, after the battle ended, they would have to attempt the Star Pagoda once again. According to their results in the Star Pagoda and their performance during the final battle, the teacher of the convention would have a total of 10,000 years to observe them and even personally guide them. After 10,000 years, the final decision would be made and another 5 would be chosen. A total of 10. These 10 were the most outstanding geniuses chosen by the convention. They would be bestowed with resources and would be nurtured by the holy ground. Furthermore, they could choose to join any holy ground. Finally, the 5 teachers of the convention would give a public lecture on the Tao to many cultivators. After all, this was a supreme convention where geniuses were chosen, and many cultivators would come to spectate. This public lecture on the Tao was also a form of help to those loose cultivators. After the public lecture on the Tao, the entire convention came to an end. At the venue of the Star Convention, there were more than 16,000 talented cultivators below. They had rushed over from various sacred worlds and primal chaos void to participate in this Star Convention. Other than them, there were also a large number of cultivators spectating the convention. Just the residents of Blade Emperor City alone numbered in the billions. There were also those who specially rushed over. They were as dense as a sea, and they occupied 90% of the entire venue. Look, there is actually a Unity Realm cultivator up there. This is weird. They should all be primal chaos giants. Why is there a Unity Realm cultivator? Many cultivators spectating the convention looked at the high platform. On the platform, Dongbua Shuiying's position was extremely conspicuous. I heard that there is a Unity Realm expert amongst the teachers of the convention this time. At that moment, some of the more well-informed people began speaking. Chapter 925. Unity Realm? Don't speak nonsense. I have seen many star conventions in the Blade Emperor City, and every time the teacher of the convention would be a primal chaos giant. Since when could a Unity Realm expert become a teacher of the convention? One has to know that those participating in the convention are all at the Unity Realm, and they are even geniuses. Letting a Unity Realm expert be their teacher? Right. I have never heard of it before. I have a regular customer at my restaurant who is a disciple of the Blade Emperor City. He was the one who told me that the teacher of the convention this time is at the Unity Realm, and his name is Dongbua Shuang. He is from the Great Void Heaven Temple. The Great Void Heaven Temple's Dongbua Shuang? Various places began discussing. After all, they were ordinary cultivators. Their information was more isolated, and only those who had cultivated for a long time and were famous enough would know of it. For instance, Dongbua Shuang rose too quickly, and few of these ordinary cultivators knew of it. Only within the Blade Emperor City. Some of their good friends were disciples of the Blade Emperor City. Only then would they understand the news. As they discussed 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, they gradually gained some understanding of it. I've heard that in the 6 great holy grounds, in this current era, this Elder Dongbua is considered the strongest Unity Realm expert and is qualified to be the teacher of the convention. The strongest Unity Realm expert of the 6 great holy grounds? So what? The teachers of the convention are usually primal chaos giants, and it is said that ordinary primal chaos giants are not qualified. Only the strongest are qualified. Isn't it a joke for a Unity Realm expert to take on the role? Can his foresight be compared to the other 4 teachers? It's slightly lacking. What's the point of us talking about it here? These ordinary cultivators were discussing. If one said that they were instinctively fearful of primal chaos giants, then they were not fearful of Unity Realm experts. After all, Unity Realm experts were quite common. Letting a Unity Realm expert take on the role of a teacher of the convention was something these ordinary cultivators were unconvinced of. The primary selection of the Star Convention soon began. Dongbua Shuang and the rest were all seated high up. There were also delicacies and good wine. As for the 16,000 genius cultivators below, they were all heading towards the Star Tower at the side of the venue in order to explore. The Star Pagoda would control the flow of time so that the battles could proceed faster. But even if it was accelerated by 100 times, only a few thousand cultivators would pass through in a single day. After all, they were thinking of ways to kill as many destruction devils as possible. Fortunately, they performed better in the Star Pagoda, allowing their rankings to be higher. First, the Firehorn Withered Tree. Second, Ka Senior. In the void next to the Star Tower, names appeared one by one. The list kept increasing, and the rankings kept changing. Clearly, the artifact spirit of the Star Tower was giving a new ranking based on every new cultivator who had passed the Star Tower. The rankings would definitely be made public. Firstly, it was fair. The second was to stimulate those genius cultivators. Thirdly, those at the bottom of the rankings also understood how far behind they were. After all, those who were qualified to come were all genius cultivators. In the past, they had seen very few geniuses, so they thought that they were extraordinary. The Star Convention this time would be a great stimulation for them. 5 days. The preliminaries, the Star Pagoda selection had ended. A detailed name list had been arranged. Amen. Dongbua Shuang looked up at the densely packed name list by the side of the Star Pagoda. The 3 brats I saw previously, the sons of Xinghu Emperor. Their rankings are quite ordinary. That one called Fu Jun was ranked relatively high at the 126th rank, but he seemed to lack some luck. If he could kill his way into the top 100, he would be able to pass through the preliminaries without the teachers of the convention choosing him. And Ai Yan, ranked 1,932. Xing Hua Sun Yi, ranked 3,663. Ranked over 3,000. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head inwardly. That time, he coincidentally met 3 Unity Realm cultivators. He was most interested in that young Master Xinghua, though his ranking was too ordinary. His ranking is so low. The preliminaries only select 200 cultivators. The possibility of him passing through the preliminaries is negligible. The Star Pagoda would select 100, and the 5 teachers of the convention would select 100. There would only be a total of 200 cultivators. 3,663. Xing, Emperor, who came to spectate from the high platform, frowned slightly. He sighed inwardly. This ranking was truly low. One had to know that those who came to participate were not disciples of the holy grounds. Most of them were rogue cultivators who roamed the world. There were very few who had a huge background. This son of his was considered to have good cultivation resources, yet he was only ranked this way. The son of Xing, Emperor, would only be evaluated lower when the teachers of the convention chose him. The Star Pagoda selection had ended. Countless ordinary cultivators who came to spectate began to leave. After all, the teacher selection would take 1,000 years, and cultivation would take another 10,000 years. In other words, the next public battle would be held 11,000 years later. On the high platform, one by one, they stood up and left. 5 teachers. Heart Imitation Religious Master took the initiative to speak to the 5 teachers of the convention. The Star Pagoda selection has ended, and there is a ranking. In a while, their battle videos will be sent to you. You have to choose well. Your choice will determine the fate of these geniuses. Big Brother Heart Imitation, rest assured. We will naturally be cautious and choose those with great potential. General Heaven Light said, Elder Dongbua, don't throw the face of your great void heaven temple. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor said coldly. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor was draped in a black robe. He emitted a cold aura, and his voice was cold and sharp. General Hatchet Palace, Master by the side, was startled. The beautiful Violet Slaughter Island Master was also slightly startled. These words were truly overboard. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed slightly. Honestly speaking, he originally had a good impression of 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor because the other party was a member of the Void God Temple. The Void Primogenitor was his teacher. It was fine if General Heavenlight did not treat him well, but this 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor spoke so viciously, and there was a group of primal chaos giants around. If he were to reveal his identity as a Void Walker, the attitude of 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor might change. But because Sacred Master had always wanted to chase after his teacher, Gucci Dongbua Shuiying would not deliberately reveal his identity as a Void Walker. There is no need for you to trouble 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Dongbua Shuiying said. Since the various cosmos gods have chosen me, they naturally have their reasons. Humph! 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor snorted before turning around and leaving. Actually, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor's reputation outside was not bad. He could be considered as someone who hated evil like an enemy, though he was relatively cold. But being a void creature, he was used to the strong and the weak. In his opinion, the Unity Realm Dongbua Shuiying was not on the same level as them at the Primal Chaos Realm. He naturally did not like him, and was too lazy to give him any face. The various cosmos gods have chosen you. Don't disappoint them. General Heavenlight looked at Dongbua Shuiying with a smile that did not seem like one before leaving. Dongbua Shuiying did not say anything. Suddenly, he felt a hand landing on his shoulder. This startled Dongbua Shuiying. He immediately turned over. General Hatchet Palace Master was thin and white. Even though he had 2 fangs, it gave others the feeling that his body was weak. He chuckled. There are all kinds of tempers among cultivators. Don't mind the 2 of them too much. General Hatchet Palace Master. Dongbua Shuiying bowed. This was not the first time he met General Hatchet Palace Master. The other party was on the same level as Black Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master. Dongbo Brat, I stand by your side too. The beautiful, violet-robed, Violet Slaughter Island Master chuckled. Her voice was melodious. I do not like that Heaven Light either. In the future, if you are stronger than him, you must teach him a good lesson and help me vent my anger. Heart Imitation Religious Master was still present by the side. He felt slightly awkward when he heard that because General Heavenlight was from their Blade Emperor city. Fellow cultivators, let us go. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. At the same time, he gave a friendly smile to Dongbo Shuang. Chapter 926. Night. Dongbo Shuang sat alone in the courtyard. There were battle projections in front of him. They were the battle projections of those talented cultivators challenging the Star Pagoda. There were female attendants by the side, helping to boil and pour wine for him. He held the wine cup and lightly drank a mouthful. His body is quite strong. He should be from the strongest warrior system. Dongbo Shuang observed and evaluated in his heart. Being a teacher of the convention isn't an easy task. Just watching the battle images of more than 10,000 genius cultivators and analyzing and evaluating their strength was not easy, let alone considering their background, origins, and age. Even though most of them were instantly eliminated, there were still over 1,000 that needed to be carefully considered. They had their own cultivation experiences, different strengths, and different areas of expertise. This person actually only got through the first level of Star Pagoda. Too weak. Dongbo Shuang was instantly eliminated. Even if his cultivation conditions were bad, and he did not have any absolute art, as long as his comprehension ability was high enough, he should not be at the bottom of the first level after reaching the Unity Realm. This time, there were over 10,000 talented cultivators. There was one who got through the 4th level of Star Pagoda. His name was Tsong Cheong Tianyin. He cultivated for 2 trillion years and was purely a loose cultivator. He had never received guidance from any formidable experts. He had long attracted the attention of the 6 great holy grounds. After all, if not for the countless scriptures and resources provided by the Great Void Heaven Temple, Dongbo Shuang might not have such achievements even if he cultivated for 1 trillion years. Of course, it was possible that his achievements were higher than Tsong Cheong Tianyin's. There were a total of 392 who got through the 3rd level of Star Pagoda. There were a total of 4,018 who got through the 2nd level of Star Pagoda. The remaining were all those who got through the 1st level of Star Pagoda. After all, they were at the Unity Realm, and it was impossible for them to not get through the 1st level. Elder, a guard walked in from outside the courtyard. He respectfully reported, Monarch Hidden Dragon is seeking an audience with you outside the residence. Hurry up and invite him in. Dongbo Shuang hurriedly said. He then reacted. He stood up and took the initiative to walk out. In his heart, he was muttering, this is the biggest problem in choosing talented cultivators. The 6 great sacred grounds were very cautious in accepting disciples, and there were too few of them. The Star Convention was a rare opportunity to enter the 6 great sacred grounds. Once they entered, even if they couldn't obtain any resources, it would still be an invisible, life-saving talisman. After all, once the enemy heard that they were disciples of the 6 great holy lands, they would be afraid. If their statuses were high enough, even cosmos gods would not easily kill them, much less primal chaos existences. As for the 5 teachers, what kind of status did General Hatchet Palace Master have? General Heavenlight, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Violet Slaughter Island Master were all extremely strong existences at the 8th level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos Realm. It was too difficult to seek their help. On the surface, Dongbo Shuang, who was only at the Unity Realm, seemed to be the easiest to defeat. I have long given the order to not meet any Unity Realm experts. Dongbo Shuang thought, but I can't possibly not meet Primal Chaos Realm experts. He could be considered the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 6 sacred grounds. The other Unity Realm experts were not to be seen because it was not targeted at an individual, but all Unity Realm experts. Those Unity Realm experts who wanted to see him would not be too angry. But it was different for Primal Chaos Giants. They were already giving a lot of face by personally paying a visit to a Unity expert. If they were to reject him, they would be going overboard. Fortunately, there are very few talented cultivators who have a Primal Chaos Realm Giant behind the back of the Star Convention. There are even fewer who came to visit me. I can count them with my fingers. Dongbo Shueing thought. It was still fine to deal with them, since there were few of them. At the entrance of the residence, there stood a seemingly wooden male. He seemed ordinary, and his aura was completely hidden. If one did not know him, one would not think that he was the famous Monarch Hidden Dragon. Even though Monarch Hidden Dragon did not rely on any sacred ground superpower, he had taken the initiative to head to the boundary of the void. He had killed many destruction devils and was extremely valiant, earning the admiration of many Primal Chaos Realm Giants. He was straightforward, loyal, and did not care about his life for a promise. Dongbo Shueing admired him a lot too. Monarch Hidden Dragon. Dongbo Shueing greeted. I have disturbed Elder by coming. Who would have thought that Elder would take the initiative to welcome me? Monarch Hidden Dragon chuckled. It is my honor for Monarch to come and meet me. How would I dare to slight you? Monarch, please. The other party was being courteous. Naturally, Dongbo Shueing would not put on airs. He welcomed Monarch Hidden Dragon into the cavern dwelling. The two of them sat down in the courtyard. A female attendant had prepared a wine set by the side and poured some good wine for Monarch Hidden Dragon. You can withdraw first. Dongbo Shueing ordered. Yes. The female attendant retreated. Monarch Hidden Dragon chuckled. I know Elder is very busy now. I shall not waste your time. I came here hoping for Elder to help me with something. He is here. Dongbo Shueing grumbled inwardly. Please say, Dongbo Shueing said. This time there was indeed a disciple of Monarch Hidden Dragon who participated in the Star Convention. He was ranked over 600. It's just that he had cultivated for a long time, a total of 8 trillion years. Furthermore, he was personally taught by Monarch Hidden Dragon. Hence, those ranked in front were naturally more qualified to be chosen. He is called Qinqiang. Monarch Hidden Dragon said. Ah, Dongbo Shueing was startled. Qinqiang? This wasn't Monarch Hidden Dragon's disciple. It was another rogue cultivator without any background. He is the personal disciple of an old friend of mine. Monarch Hidden Dragon sighed. My old friend is only at the Unity Realm. This time I brought my disciple here. When I saw this little fellow Qinqiang, I immediately recognized his relationship with my good friend. It's a pity that my good friend has already died. He was the disciple that my good friend took in before his death. When my good friend died, this little fellow had only just become a true god. After that, he relied on himself to cultivate until now. I have tested him before. His potential and comprehension are above that of my disciple. Hence, I shamelessly came here, hoping to give this little fellow a chance. Qinqiang? Dongbo Shueing naturally remembered this little fellow. His ranking was very low. He was ranked 2001st. However, his cultivation time was extremely short. He had only cultivated for a mere 80 billion years. As a rogue cultivator, his cultivation time was not even 100 billion years. It was already very shocking. His cultivation time is very short. In this Star Convention, in terms of cultivation time, he is ranked second. Dongbo Shueing said, although his ranking is slightly lower, his potential is extremely high. Even if Monarch Hidden Dragon didn't look for me, the possibility of him being chosen by the 5 teachers of the convention is extremely high. I know. If his potential isn't enough, I wouldn't have come. Monarch Hidden Dragon said. I'm just afraid of an accident. After all, There are many geniuses this time around. I will study it carefully. If I can help, I will do my best. Dongbua Shui Ing didn't say anything definite. After all, he had not seen the majority of the battle recordings of these genius cultivators. All right. Monarch Hidden Dragon stood up and smiled. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately sent Monarch Hidden Dragon off. Who? This Monarch Hidden Dragon, sure, is easy to talk to. After the other party left, Dongbua Shui Ing continued to watch the battle recordings in the courtyard. I thought that he would come to persuade me for his disciple. To think that he is actually the disciple of an old friend. Furthermore, he is someone with extremely high potential. Because a full 1,000 years had passed, some of those who wanted to persuade Monarch Hidden Dragon were not in a rush. Instead, on the first day, Monarch Hidden Dragon visited 5 teachers of the convention, asking them to help him pay attention to Qin Xiong. And the last teacher he visited, General Hatchet Palace Master, said directly, "Ha ha ha, Brother Hidden Dragon, rest assured. I will directly choose this brat Qin Xiong. This time, I took the initiative to become a teacher of the convention because I want to find 1 or 2 disciples. I quite like this brat Qin Xiong. If fate allows it, he might become my personal disciple." Monarch Hidden Dragon was instantly delighted. Haha, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't need to look for the other 4 teachers of the convention. But after thinking about it, he discovered that Qin Xiong's battle style was indeed similar to General Hatchet Palace Master. You don't have to worry about Qin Xiong. It's just that your own disciple seems to have ordinary potential. General Hatchet Palace Master shook his head. How can all of them be amazing? Monarch Hidden Dragon did not seem to care. And in the following days there were 2 consecutive primal chaos giants who came to visit Dongbua Shui. It's just that the talented cultivators they wanted to ask for help were far inferior to Qin Xiong in terms of potential. Furthermore, according to the judgment of Dongbua Shui, they could not even enter the top 300. Even though he had decided to exclude them in his heart, he did not say anything on the surface. Still, he did not agree to it. A month after the Star Convention was held, Elder Xinghua Emperor has come to visit. Even the Protector did not dare to say the words seeking an audience. Xinghua Emperor. Dongbua Shui was greatly startled. This was an existence at the 9th level star pagoda strength, and even cosmos gods had to treat him politely. Bitter. That son of his has cultivated for a longer period, yet his ranking is too low. Dongbua Shui felt bitter in his heart. He already had a good impression of Xinghua Sun Yi before the convention. It's just that the other party's performance was too ordinary. In terms of potential, he was ranked outside the top 1,000. Chapter 9:27. Dongbua Shui cried bitterly in his heart, but he still went to the entrance of the cave to welcome him. "Greetings, Emperor," Shui added, but he was clear that it was not just him. Even Heaven Weeping Sect Master and the others had to be respectful when facing Monarch Xinghua, just like how he could easily slaughter many Unity Realm experts, even though the gap between the Primal Chaos Realm was not as exaggerated as Unity Realm. Although the gap between Primal Chaos Realm experts was not as wide as the gap between Unity Realm experts, Xinghua Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master could kill ordinary Primal Chaos Realm experts in a single move. Elder Dongbua, there's no need to be so courteous. It was rare for Xinghua Emperor to be so courteous. After all, he was famous for being cold and tyrannical. Emperor, please. The 2 of them came to the courtyard and sat down. Xinghua Emperor said with a frown, "This time, I do have something to trouble Elder Dongbua." Dongbua Shui muttered in his heart. What kind of identity did you, Xinghua Emperor, have? If he was truly willing to force his son into a holy ground superpower, be it the Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenitor Island, Blade Emperor City, or any other holy ground superpower, they would all be willing to befriend Monarch Xinghua. Why did you need to participate in the Star Convention and ask for my help? The Star Convention was an open convention, and the name list he chose had to be made public. Xing Huasun he had cultivated for more than 500 billion years. He was ranked in the 3,600s, and he was the son of Xing Hua Emperor. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked outside the top 1,000. If it was strictly judged, he would be ranked outside the top 5,000. If his potential was ranked in the hundreds, it was fine if he was chosen. But for someone ranked outside the top 5,000, he would definitely be mocked if he was chosen. Dongbua Shuang was not willing to do that. Because I am the easiest to persuade among the 5 teachers. Dongbua Shuang felt helpless, but he could not be rude on the surface. I hope that Elder Dongbua will not spread this matter. After all, it is a shameful matter. Xing Hua Emperor said. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself, so you also know that it's shameful and shameful? He even told him not to spread the news. Once he made his choice, everyone would know. Listen to me carefully. Xing Hua Emperor said in a low voice, my son Sun Yi, besides the bloodline cultivation system, also cultivates ancient cultivation. After all, I am only at the primal chaos realm, and my son's bloodline cultivation system is at most at the unity realm. Thus, he is quite diligent in his ancient cultivation. In just 300 million years, he has reached the void god level in ancient cultivation. What? Dongbua Shuang was shocked. 300 million years? Even if he had a powerful master to guide him, this kind of speed was too terrifying. The golden-robed disciples of the great void heaven temple had been stuck at the true god ruler realm for a long time. Even though the laws and profound mystery system was relatively harder, it was too heaven-defying for an ancient cultivator to reach the void god realm in just 300 million years. I was incomparably excited at that time, thinking that it is possible for my son to reach the primal chaos realm in the future. Haha! For both father and son to reach the primal chaos realm, that would be a wonderful story. Xing Hua Emperor gave a self-mocking laugh. At that time, I did not hesitate to exchange for treasures and obtain the unique treasure, the Boundary Stone. Boundary Stone? Dongbua Shuang felt his heart move. This was a supreme treasure for cultivating the illusory realm. He wanted to get it too. But firstly, the price of this unique treasure was ridiculously high. Secondly, it was unique. I forgot to tell you, my son specializes in the illusory realm in the ancient cultivation system. Xing Hua Emperor began describing in detail. By relying on the Boundary Stone, his cultivation has indeed soared. In just a short 6 billion years, he had stepped into the unity realm in the ancient cultivation system. But Dongbua Shuang listened carefully. As he listened, he became dumbstruck. He actually fell in love with a girl from the illusory realm, and even fell into it, becoming Dao companions with her. Hearing Xing Hua Emperor's description, Dongbua Shuang could imagine how Xing Hua Sun was suffering when that girl knew she was a part of the illusory realm and calmly faced death. When the illusory realm collapsed, everything was crumbling. His true love was crumbling too. How mad would Xing Hua Sun be? I've asked cosmos gods before, and they all said that my son's heart injury has permeated into his soul. It is hard for external forces to save him, and he has to rely on himself. Xing Hua Emperor said, I came to find Elder Dongbua. I know that you are the strongest genius in the illusory realm since the primitive ancient sacred world until now. Hence, I want to ask Elder Dongbua if you have any methods to save my son? He was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the primitive ancient sacred world until now. What identity did Xing Hua Emperor have? What he said was logical. Currently, those at the Unity realm who could fight against Dongbua Shuang in the illusory realm could be counted with one's fingers. But the others were all ancient cultivators and relied on their talent. And before Dongbua Shuang got the Cinnabar inheritance, he merely cultivated in the laws and profound mystery system. He forcefully pushed the Tao of Mirage to this level, and after getting the Cinnabar inheritance, he easily improved on Cinnabar's inheritance. Was improving it easy? Not at all. Why could Dongbua Shui-ing do it? It was because the difficulty of reaching the 6th floor of Star Tower by relying on his talent in ancient cultivation was different from reaching the 6th level in the Tao of Mirage. The laws and profound mysteries system required one to research the essence of the system and grasp the operating laws and profound mysteries. Then, by relying on the Tao of Mirage, one could create all sorts of absolute arts. But ancient cultivation was different. Ancient cultivation did not require one to comprehend it completely. As long as one could execute it, it would be a success. There was no need to delve into all the profound mysteries behind it. Hence, the laws and profound mystery system and the hex cultivation system were famous for being hard to cultivate, but they were also famous for being powerful. Most Unity Realm experts of these two great systems would only reach the 3rd level star pagoda strength. Ancient cultivation relied more on talent and inheritance. Those who were heaven-defying were extremely heaven-defying, and those who were weak were very weak. Hence, in history, Dongbua Shui-ing was the only Unity Realm expert who could reach this stage in the illusory realm. He was the only one who had researched the laws and profound mysteries of the illusory realm. Furthermore, he cultivated for a very short period, just a few tens of billions of years. It was logical for Xing, Hu Emperor, to say that he was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the history of the primitive ancient sacred world. If he knew that Dongbua Shui-ing was close to stepping into the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would likely be more excited. Dongbua Shui-ing's attainments in the Tao of Mirage were clearly higher than what Xing, Hu Emperor, knew. You are a cultivator of the laws and profound mysteries, and you specialize in the illusory realm. Xing, Hu Emperor, looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. I'm just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. I have no other way. That is why I'm asking if Elder Dongbua has any ideas. Boundary stone. Dongbua Shui-ing softly shook his head. How can you use it so casually? Even though you can research different illusory realm worlds, and you are also the master of the illusory realm world, and you can investigate the operation of everything, it will be helpful to your cultivation. But the stronger the illusory realm world, the more realistic it will be. And Xing Hui Sunyi's experience in the illusory realm is insufficient. Even though he can easily escape from the illusory realm as the master of the illusory realm, it will be bad if he falls into it. If it was an enemy, he would fall into the illusory realm forever, and his life and death would be controlled by others. But even if it was the master of the illusory realm, the moment he fell into it, it would have a huge impact on his soul. The strength of the soul was very mysterious. Reaching the level of an expert, once he thought he was dead, his soul would crumble and he would die. Emotions were hard to explain. If he really fell into it, if someone knew about it early on and forced him out, it might still be fine. But without anyone stopping him, Xing Hui Sun fell deeper and deeper. He even maintained it with his wife until the entire illusory realm entered the great apocalypse. I am too confident in my son. Xing Hu Emperor regretted. It was because he knew too little about illusory realm cultivation. On the other hand, he was ruthless to himself. He felt that he had to be ruthless to his son if he wanted to have great accomplishments. Is there any way? Xing Hu Emperor asked. There's no way. I've never faced such a situation before. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. He too had a Tao companion, and he could imagine how serious Xing Hui Sunyi's injuries were. It was already not bad that he did not go crazy. Let's try. Xing Hu Emperor added. He had tried many times, and all the people he invited were extremely powerful existences. In his opinion, Dongbua Shui-ing was the strongest genius in history in the illusory realm. If he reached the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would be the only primal chaos realm giant in the laws and profound mystery system. He would have a deeper understanding of the illusory realm. Let's try. No matter what, you should meet him and see if there's any way. Xing Hu Emperor said. Dongbu Shuiing could only nod. What else could he do when the Xing Hu Emperor made such a request for his son? All right, let Xing Hu Sun come over as soon as possible. I'll have a good chat with him. I'm not confident, but I'll definitely try my best. Dongbu Shuiing said. I'll have to trouble you. Xing Hu Emperor was extremely polite. He had long prepared himself. Even if Dongbu Shuiing could not help him this time, in the future, when Dongbu Shuiing reached a higher attainment in the Tao of Mirage, he would still have to ask him for help. Naturally, he had to maintain a good relationship with him. As for joining the holy grounds, Xing Hu Emperor did not care about it. What he hoped to see the most was for his son to recover from his heart injury, be reborn, and soar into the sky. That day was something he wished to see even in his dreams. Chapter 9:28. Early the next morning, the sun rose. The rays of the sun shone through the arrays of the Saber Emperor city, turning even gentler as it shone on the countless buildings in the city. Sun Yi. Just as he was prepared to leave the residence, he saw a majestic figure sitting in the courtyard. Xing Hu Sun immediately greeted, Father! Xing Hu Emperor said, I met Elder Dongbo yesterday. His attainments in the Tao of Mirage are the highest in history among all the cultivators of the laws and profound mystery system. When he cultivates the Dark World and the Cinnabar inheritance, he can push his strength to the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. Cinnabar's inheritance was originally at the peak of the Unity Realm, but he can improve it himself. He's already half a foot into the 7th floor of Star Tower, and he's only been cultivating for tens of billions of years. From the primitive ancient sacred world until now, he's definitely the most incredible genius in the field of illusions. Go find him. He might have a way to help you. Xing Hu Emperor said. He helped me? Xing Hu Sun frowned. I've seen primal chaos giants who specialize in the illusory realm before, yet none of them could do anything. Does Dongbu Shuiing have a solution? Previously, those primal chaos giants who specialized in the illusory realm were all ancient cultivators. Xing Hu Emperor said coldly, the ancient cultivation system is completely different from the system of laws and profound mysteries. For the ancient cultivation system, as long as one can display sufficient power, it can be considered a success. The laws and profound mystery system, on the other hand, focuses on researching the profound mysteries behind it. They have truly grasped the most fundamental, profound mysteries, and their understanding of illusions is deeper. Xing Hu Sun was stunned. He then nodded slightly. He agreed with that. Different systems, indeed, led to different directions. For example, the Devour class system did not need to use its brain at all in the early stages. It only needed to eat, and its strength would continue to increase. As for the laws and profound mystery system, at the transcendent stage, one needed to study the profound mysteries of the world. One had to grasp the complete laws of the world before they could transcend and step into the true God stage. He had to grasp the complete law system before he could become a void God. Similarly, the difficulty of becoming a void God in the laws and profound mystery system was many times higher than the Devour class system. Even the witchcraft cultivation system, which was also extremely difficult, belonged to two different directions compared to the laws and profound mystery system. The laws and profound mysteries system pointed directly at the essence. Delving into the core of the world, the laws and profound mysteries. Witchcraft cultivators, on the other hand, felt that they could find the essence of the world from all things. As the world evolved, many rules were reflected in all things. They felt that the system of laws and profound mysteries was too abstract, and that studying all things was a down-to-earth way of accumulating knowledge step by step. Once they had accumulated enough knowledge, they could make their bodies stronger, their souls more powerful, and they could even reach an extremely high realm in formations and refining treasures. All right, I'll go. Xing Huasun, he answered. Although he couldn't forget it, he knew in his heart that it was just an illusory world. He should be excited and cultivate to become stronger. But now he was instinctively filled with disgust towards cultivation. Whenever he tried to cultivate, he would think of cultivating in the illusory world and his wife, who was destroyed along with him when the illusory world collapsed. This kind of heartache made him loathe everything related to the illusory world. This was already an instinct that he couldn't control. Don't be negligent, the Xinghu Emperor said. Even if he can't help you this time, as the one with the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage, as his cultivation improves, he might be able to help you in the future. Amen. Xing Huasun walked out. When Xing Huasun went to seek an audience, Dongbua Xueying had already gone out to eat delicacies. There were many restaurants in Blade Emperor City, and those ancient cultivators who were talented in culinary arts could cook delicacies that could even make a great expert like Dongbua Xueying's sigh in admiration. Naturally, he would go there frequently to taste their delicacies. Dongbua Xueying immediately saw the golden-robed young man who was waiting silently at the entrance of the mansion. As the teachers of the convention, it was very common for geniuses to seek an audience and guidance. Usually, the teachers of the convention wouldn't reject them. Borrowing the guidance, they could also better observe the geniuses. But why was Xing Huasun paying a visit? Greetings, elder. The golden-robed young man immediately bowed, respectfully. Xing Huasun, come in. Dongbua Xueying smiled. Yes. The golden-robed young man was obedient and polite. Nothing could be seen on his face. After the two entered the cavern dwelling, Dongbua Xueying sat down in the courtyard, while Xing Huasun obediently stood by the side. Your father has already told me about you, Dongbua Xueying said directly. Elder, do you have any ideas? Xing Huasun looked at Dongbua Xueying. Let's give it a try. Dongbua Xueying smiled. Xing Huasun felt that Dongbua Xueying's smile was magnified in front of his eyes, and following that he became completely lost. When he entered the world of the Boundary Stone, he was the master of the illusory realm. That was why he could maintain his consciousness. But now that Dongbua Xueying had unleashed his illusory realm, Xing Huasun instantly lost himself. Let's see if I can borrow the illusory realm to change him. Dongbua Xueying thought, even though other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realms had acted before, those primal chaos giants are all ancient cultivators. Their control over illusory realms isn't as detailed as mine. He was also an ancient cultivator. For instance, the illusory realm within the Cinnabar inheritance had long been fixed. That was why he could continuously attack it, but his control over it was slightly lacking. Dongbua Xueying sat there tasting his fruit wine. By the side, Xing Huasun sat there in a daze. He was completely immersed in the illusory realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. 2 hours had passed in the real world. But in the illusory realm, Dongbua Xueying had made him experience a total of 1,000 reincarnations, of which a few hundred of them were related to emotions, the righteousness of the nation and the race, the relationship between his teacher and his parents. All sorts of shocking emotions had affected him. Xing Huasun's eyes gradually regained clarity. Are you feeling better? Dongbua Xueying asked. Elder's techniques are indeed formidable. Xing Huasun lightly shook his head. In the illusory realm, I have forgotten about the past. That is a brand new experience, just like a dream. After having 1,000 dreams, I woke up from the dream. When I met my wife, I experienced everything under my absolute consciousness. Every single scene had been carved into my soul with a blade. Dongbua Xueying's expression changed slightly. That's right. Forgetting about the past within the illusory realm was indeed like a dream. When one woke up, the memories from the dream would impact his memories. Naturally, the impact was far from what he experienced under his absolute consciousness. I know that everything that happened between me and my wife happened in the illusory realm. I also feel that it is a joke. There have even been experts who helped me seal my memories. I would rather seal them completely, but it's useless. Memories can be sealed, but the influence of emotions on the soul can't be changed. I still hate cultivation. Even cosmos gods said that it is better for me to recover my memories. Only when I face this period of experience would my body transform. Only then would it be considered a success. Xing, Huasun Yi's voice was gentle. A smile appeared on his face. It was a gentle smile. Even though others might find it a joke, the time I spent with my wife in the illusory realm is the most beautiful time of my life. I can't forget it. My rationality told me that I should not be affected. I have also promised my wife not to be troubled by her. I want to be motivated and properly cultivate. Xing Huasin, he shook his head. It's useless. Everything is useless. Dongbo Shueing looked at the young man in front of him from the side. This young man had a great talent, yet he had to suffer from this calamity. Truth and false, false and true. Dongbo Shueing chuckled. We think that everything in the illusory realm is fake. But what exactly is real? The beings in the illusory realm have their parents and loved ones, race and nation. They have love and hate, and they know how to cultivate to themselves. They think that they are real, right? Xing Huasun, he was stunned. Right. Only when he told his wife everything, and how he used his identity as the master of the illusory realm to control the illusory realm, did his wife believe that this vast world was an illusory realm, and she was part of the illusory realm. And before this, all beings in the illusory realm were evolving normally. The weak would grow old and die, and the strong would cultivate and battle. They are independent living beings with memories and emotions. Dongbo Shuang said, actually they can be considered unique true beings, just that they live in the illusory realm. True? True? Xing Huasun Yi's eyes brightened. His face turned slightly red. My wife is a true living being? Including his father and the other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm. None had mentioned this point. Xing Huasun Yi also thought that it was an illusory realm. Life. What is a true life? They are independent beings with memories, emotions, gratitude, and hatred. Are they not true living beings? Dongbo Shueing said, unless they must have a soul? Like the metallic life forms and other unique life forms. They do not have a soul. They have other life cores. And your wife is the spiritual light that they form in the illusory realm. That is their life core. Only with a life core could one have independent memories, emotions, and even cultivate. Ordinary illusory realms were naturally not that formidable. The illusory realm, created by the boundary stone, was much more profound than what Dongbo Shuang had. Its internal operating laws were at the level of a miniature cosmos, and it was just a step away from a true cosmos. Many living beings were born within, and all of them were incomparably real. That's right. They have a life core and are independent. They have memories, emotions, gratitude, and hatred. They can cultivate. Right, they are all true living beings. Xing Huasun, he nodded. His voice was slightly trembling. My wife is real. She truly exists. Chapter 9:29. Now that he felt that his wife was real, Xing Huasun, he became much more excited. Dongbo Shueing continued. Once the Tao of Mirage reaches the primal chaos level, the illusory realm world that one can unleash is comparable to the inner world of the boundary stone. Reaching the cosmos god level, he could even unleash the Mirage cosmos. The illusory universe would turn into a real universe. What if I take it a step further and my Tao of Mirage reaches an even higher level? An even higher level? Xing Huasun, he was puzzled. Weren't cosmos gods the final realm existences? In my laws and profound mystery system, the true ultimate goal isn't the cosmos god realm. Instead, it is the supreme operating law. Dongbo Shueing said. This was something he gradually understood after reaching a higher realm. The goal of the laws and profound mystery system was to pry into the essence of the world and grasp the operating laws. The supreme rule was the ultimate goal. Were the laws of the universe supreme? No. The laws of the primitive ancient sacred world were the supreme laws, which were the primal chaos void laws of today. The primal chaos void contained countless universes, primal chaos lands, and the 5 great sacred worlds. The 5 great sacred worlds might sound nice, but in reality, other than the ancient sacred world, which was a remnant piece of approximately 1% of the original ancient sacred world, the other 4 great sacred worlds were created by cosmos gods. The operating laws could not be compared to the primal chaos void laws. Becoming a cosmos god was the final stage of many systems, and was also publicly acknowledged as the final existence. However, the laws and profound mysteries system targeted the supreme law, the primal chaos void law. For example, the witchcraft cultivation system was also a system that studied the core essence of all things. For example, Wu Zhu had reached his current realm, but he was still studying it. Supreme operating laws? Xing Huasun, he was slightly shocked. Cosmos gods merely grasp the operating laws of the cosmos. How can they compare with the primal chaos void law? Shueying said, "This is the true supreme operating law that encompasses everything. If the operating law of the Tao of Mirage reaches the supreme level, I'm afraid he'll be able to control the entire primal chaos void. At that time, as the controller of the supreme laws, he'll be able to create everything in the primal chaos void." Dongbua Shueying smiled. "It's not impossible to turn illusions into reality and bring your wife back to life." Yes, 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 yes. Xing Huasun Yi's eyes completely lit up. What kind of realm was that? The operating laws of the Tao of Mirage had reached the highest level. Such a mirage world was actually already at the level of the primitive ancient sacred world, primal chaos void. As the owner, a single thought could create everything within it, and everything that was born within it would also be an absolutely real existence. Actually, Dongbua Shueying chuckled. With a flick of his finger, an illusory world appeared before him. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other common objects began to form within it. Following that, these items began to turn from illusory to real. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other objects also appeared. Turning illusions into reality isn't difficult for me at my current level. Dongbua Shueying said, "It's just that reincarnation requires a higher realm. Who knows, it might be possible to achieve it after reaching the cosmos god level in the Tao of Mirage." Amen, amen. Xing Huasun nodded. His eyes were shining. He felt his entire body heating up and his soul burning, agitated, surging, with a soaring, fighting spirit. In the past, he wanted to suppress this heart-wrenching memory and cheer himself up. However, this was his incomparably beautiful and unforgettable memory. Now he felt that his wife was real, no matter how others saw it, at least under Dongbua Shueying's theory. Xing Huasun, he felt that his wife could be considered a real life. Furthermore, he even saw hope. Perhaps once his Tao of Mirage reached the cosmos god level, he might be able to turn illusions into reality, allowing his wife to reincarnate. Putong. Xing Huasun immediately knelt down. "Many thanks for Elder Dongbua's guidance. I do hope for Elder to accept me as your disciple and impart the cultivation technique of the Tao of Mirage to me." He understood that a pure ancient cultivator would not have a deep understanding of the illusory realm laws. Only those who focused on the essence of the Tao of Mirage would be confident of achieving what he wanted. As for the Tao of Mirage, it was naturally Dongbua Shueying who had the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage in the history of the laws and profound mystery system. He was most suitable to be his teacher. "It is still too early for you to become my disciple." Dongbua Shueying chuckled. Flipping his hand, he brought out a translucent golden book and passed it to Xing Huasun. "This is an absolute art I created for the Tao of Mirage. Mirage. but currently there are only the first 3 styles. You should cultivate it first and see your potential before I decide whether to accept you as my disciple. Experts in the Great Void Heaven Temple would usually create their own absolute arts and leave them in the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. As Dongbua Shueing cultivated, he gradually had this incomplete, absolute art, mirage. Mirage, first style, world prison. It was possible to cultivate it at the void origin birth realm, though it was very difficult. It had the power of the 3rd level star pagoda. Second style, illusory shadow annihilation. It had the power of the 4th level star pagoda and could only be cultivated at the unity realm. Third style, dark bubble. It had the power of the 5th level star pagoda. It was also a move created by Dark World Master. Dongbua Shueing had merely modified and simplified it slightly. Dongbua Shueing felt that this move was not bad. As for the stronger Sky Punishment Edge, he was not satisfied with it, because this move could be dodged by the enemies. But the dark bubble would descend and envelop the enemies, making it impossible for them to dodge. Thus, he was trying to create a move that could reach the power of the 6th floor of Star Tower, one that the enemies could not dodge at all. The multi-layered Dark World could barely do it, but it consumed too much heart energy. Dongbua Shueing was not satisfied with it. Thank you, Elder. After learning this absolute art, Xing Huasun was filled with gratitude. When you cultivate the Tao of Mirage, you must not neglect your original ancient cultivation. Dongbua Shueing said, the ancient cultivation is powerful, and you can rely on it to understand the laws. It has the effect of complementing each other. Can I seek guidance from Elder if I encounter a problem? Xing Huasun asked. Of course you can. Every genius cultivator in this star convention can. Dongbua Shueing said. Xing Huasun felt helpless at that moment. He understood. The moment the convention ended, Dongbua Shueing would naturally have his own matters to deal with. It would be troublesome to seek guidance from him. Then how much potential do I have for Elder to be satisfied and be willing to take me in as a disciple? Xing Huasun asked. A good master could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. This star convention will be able to see your potential. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Xing Huasun understood and immediately bowed respectfully. Then this junior shall take his leave. Go. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Xing Huasun bowed and left. Dongbua Shueing watched as this golden-robed young man left. He could feel that Xing Huasun was burning with fighting spirit. His heart was deeply hurt, but at this moment his fighting spirit was burning crazily. If he's not bad, I can take him in as a disciple. Dongbua Shueing smiled. I truly did not expect that his fighting spirit would be reignited this time. Experts who stood at the higher echelons of the laws and profound mysteries system vaguely understood that the supreme operating law was their ultimate goal. Dongbua Shueing specialized in the Tao of Mirage. Naturally, he had thought about it before. How powerful would it be if the Tao of Mirage reached the supreme level? It would not be hard for it to revive a life. Because he had thought about it before, he naturally mentioned this point. Even though Xing Huasun had met other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm before, they were all ancient cultivators and did not have the same thoughts as Dongbua Shueing. Naturally, he would not mention this. Xing Emperor sat by himself in the courtyard of his residence. He felt depressed in his heart. He was waiting for his son to return from Dongbua Shueing. However, he didn't have much hope, because he was clear that his son's problem required him to change himself from the depths of his heart. It was too difficult for others to help him. He's here. Xing Emperor sensed that his son had returned. He turned around and saw a golden-robed young man walking into the courtyard. His father was still sitting at the same position as in the morning. Amen. Xing Emperor was startled. He could feel it. It was no longer the same. Even though the past Xing Huasun remained calm, and it was hard to discern his actual state, he was too reserved. And at this moment, Xing Huasun Yi's eyes were bright. His sharpness and fighting spirit could be felt by anyone. Xing Hua Emperor was in slight disbelief. "Father, help me find a cultivation ground that can accelerate time." Xing Huasun Yi said, "I have to grasp the time to cultivate." He had to be fast. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible so that Elder Dongbua could see his potential and accept him as a disciple. He had to reach an extremely high attainment in the Tao of Mirage. Cultivation ground? Xing Hua Emperor's mouth was agape. How long had it been? It was fine that he took the initiative to cultivate, but he even wanted time to accelerate? "Quick, there's no time to waste," Xing Huasun Yi urged. Chapter 930. Many cultivators in the entire Blade Emperor city were paying attention to the Star Convention. Being the teacher of the convention, Dongbua Shuiying was relatively busy. Even though the number of primal chaos giants who came to visit could be counted with one's fingers, there were too many genius cultivators. "I hope for Senior Dongbua to guide me," a black-robed old man respectfully said. There were still remnants of a savage ripple in the surroundings. Dongbua Shuiying sat there. He placed down the wine cup in his hand. The female attendant by the side immediately poured the wine for him stealthily. The fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Even though it is one's weakness that determines one's life and death during a battle, Dongbua Shuiying chuckled. "It is right that you wish to make up for your weakness, but you are currently at the second-level star pagoda strength and is still relatively weak. You should spend more effort on the techniques you specialize in and make them stronger. When you have an overwhelming advantage in a certain aspect, you can similarly suppress your opponents." Dongbua Shuiying said. "Yes, this junior understands." The black-robed old man answered. The age of a cultivator could not be judged from his appearance, just like when a transcendent cultivated at a slower speed, causing his appearance to be older. But after becoming a deity or world deity, he would continue to rise. This was something that was very common. This old man in front of him was indeed one of the genius cultivators participating in this convention. He had cultivated for just over 200 billion years and was considered relatively young. Then, is it possible for this junior to be chosen by senior? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. "You have cultivated for a relatively short period and are a loose cultivator. Hence, you do not have a good teacher to guide you." Dongbua Shuiying chuckled. "The only flaw is that your ranking this time is slightly lower. You are ranked at the 3,000th rank. If you could be in the top 1,000, your chances of being chosen would be much higher. Properly cultivate and make the best use of your time to break through in this 1,000 years. Even if I don't choose you, I believe other teachers would. All right, go." "Yes." The black-robed old man obediently bowed. He did not dare to be disrespectful and left. "Elder, these cultivators frequently come to seek an audience with you. There is no need for Elder to meet them immediately. It's not a big deal to let them wait for half a day. I've heard that the teachers of other conventions often wait outside for several days if they want to seek guidance. These 1,000 years are very important to them. Most of them are quite talented, but they lack guidance. With guidance, there might be a change within 1,000 years. If there's an obvious increase in their strength, they'll have a chance to be chosen." Dongbua Shuiying said. "There's no need to waste their time. Without sufficient insight, it would be difficult for one to see through the other party's actual situation, and it would be even more difficult for one to give good guidance. Even General Heavenlight, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Violet Slaughter Island Lord might not be able to match up to Dongbua Shuiying's understanding of the Unity Realm. Years passed by. Those talented cultivators were originally unconvinced with Dongbua Shuiying in their hearts. We are also at the Unity Realm. Even though he is stronger than us, He is still at the Unity Realm. How can he be a teacher of the convention? But after the majority of them went to seek guidance, they discovered that Dongbua Shuiying's attitude was clearly better, causing many of them to have a good impression of him. But there were also cultivators who were mumbling inwardly, "Humph, he is ultimately at the Unity Realm." The other 4 teachers of the convention are all primal chaos realm giants. Their statuses are different, and it is natural for his attitude to be better. Cultivators had different personalities. There were also some who were violent, twisted, and extremely selfish. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Dongbua Shuiying had a more detailed judgment of the potential of this batch of talented cultivators. But he would only choose at the final moment, because at that time, the 5 teachers of the convention would provide him with a name list. If the name list of others overlapped with his, he would naturally choose someone else. On this day, the sun was setting in the west. Dongbua Shuiying sat cross-legged by the side of the lake within his cavern dwelling. He was meditating silently. In his mind, he was deducing the technique. He wanted to fuse the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter together. With his pride, he still wanted to reach the 7th level strength at the Unity Realm. Challenging the final limit at every level would be of great help to the accumulation of his foundation. One's comprehension ability was not fixed the moment one was born. Instead, it would change over time. If he could get through the 7th level at the Unity Realm, it would be easy for him to step into the 8th level after reaching the Primal Chaos Realm. The 9th level was not too far away either. This was the improvement of one's comprehension ability. Like Sword Master, why was he so heaven-defying? It was because he did not have any good guidance in his hometown cosmos. He had to rely on himself to comprehend. This was also forcing him to temper himself. After forcefully cultivating to the Primal Chaos Realm, his foundation was incredibly thick. After entering the Great Void Heaven Temple, he read through many books and absorbed the wisdom of the seniors. Naturally, he broke through to the Cosmos God Realm. Currently, Dongbua Shuiying had good guidance and many absolute arts. He even had the stone mirror and other treasures. Naturally, he would have higher expectations of himself. Muddling along would only make him fade into the masses. Elder, Xinghuasun seeks an audience. The protector came over and respectfully reported. "Let him in," Dongbua Shuiying ordered. Very soon, a golden-robed young man walked in. He was in high spirits and was entirely different from the first time they met. "Greetings, Elder." Xinghuasun bowed respectfully. He was filled with admiration and gratefulness from the bottom of his heart. "I thought that after you left the previous time, you would come and seek my guidance. Who would have thought that you would be gone for 300 years this time?" Dongbua Shuiying chuckled. "My father once said that if I were to ask my teacher for everything in cultivation, then in the future, when my teacher could no longer guide me, I would have to rely on myself. By then, it would be hard for me to break through. Thus, even if I met with some problems, I would have to rely on myself to solve them." Xinghuasun said. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a smile. For instance, when the Great Void Heaven Temple taught disciples, the seniors would write down their comprehensions and place them in the Myriad Elephant Palace, allowing the juniors to read and comprehend by themselves. The path they walked would all depend on the disciples themselves. Asking their teacher for help whenever they met with a problem would indeed not have a bright future. Junior has some gains in cultivating the Tao of Mirage. "Elder, please guide me." Xinghuasun pointed slightly with his finger. An illusory world appeared by the side. Then, the illusory world descended into reality, causing the surrounding heaven and earth energy to surge. Furthermore, it rapidly shrunk into a ball. Dongbua Shuiying's pupils shrank. He could not help but say, "World Prison." "You've cultivated the World Prison? Your Tao of Mirage has reached the Origin Birth Realm?" Dongbua Shuiying was shocked. How long had it been? Just 300 years. Xing Huisun revealed a smile and nodded. After Junior returned, I started researching the laws and profound mystery system, the Tao of Mirage, with the absolute art Senior gave me. In addition to my deep accumulation in the illusory realm, I've reached the unity realm in the ancient cultivation lineage. Furthermore, my father gave me a cultivation aid, which allowed me to cultivate to this stage. But 300 years. Dongbua Shui-ing still did not dare to believe it. Oh, I've been cultivating in the Tower of Time in Blade Imperial City. In reality, I've already cultivated for 3 million years. Xing Huisun said. Only then did Dongbua Shui-ing understand. That should be enough. For someone who had never cultivated the Tao of Mirage, even if he had deep accumulation in the ancient cultivation of illusory realms, the laws and profound mysteries system would allow him to grasp the mirage more thoroughly. Even if he had reached the void origin birth realm, it was still an inconceivable matter in a short 300 years. If it was 3 million years, that would be more or less the case. Dongbua Shui-ing felt that it was more or less the case. If this were to spread to the outside world, it would still shock many cultivators. Because cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm in the Tao of Mirage was easy because the ancient cultivation illusory realm itself did not require a deep understanding of the illusory realm. On the other hand, cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm before cultivating the Tao of Mirage would make it hard for the cultivator to have a huge breakthrough in the Tao of Mirage. 3 million years. Dongbua Shui-ing felt that it was normal because his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Compared to him, Dongbua Shui-ing, Xing Huisun had cultivation aid and ancient cultivation aid. He felt that it was still acceptable for him to reach this stage in 3 million years. But compared to the cultivators in the outside world, it was shocking. After all, it had only been a few million years, and his strength had reached the 3rd level star pagoda from the 2nd level star pagoda realm. Grasping the world prison with the Tao of Mirage at the origin birth realm is extremely difficult. Xing Huisun said, I've comprehended many structures of the illusory realm world within the boundary stone in the past. That's how I barely managed to do it. But the second style, illusory annihilation, requires the cultivator to reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage. But I feel that it is much more difficult. There are many perplexities that I can't comprehend, no matter what. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. He still thought that this brat could reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage with just that bit of ancient cultivation experience. Speak. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Xing Huisun nodded. He then continued practicing and asking questions. Many illusory worlds appeared around him. Dongbua Shui-ing casually guided Xing Huisun as he listened. Every single time, Xing Huisun would point out the essence of what he was not good at. He could only rely on his experience and the books he read in the myriad Elephant Palace Hall to guide him. As for the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripple, and the void that he specialized in, Dongbua Shui had it at his fingertips. Xing Huisun's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was so excited that he was beaming with joy. After all, some of the things that had troubled him for a long time had been explained clearly by Dongbua Shui using some ingenious methods. Dongbua Shui had even pointed out many directions for him. This time, the guidance continued for a total of 10 days. Beside the lake, Dongbua Shui was still sitting cross-legged there. The night had passed and the sun had risen. Many thanks for Elder's guidance. Xing Huisun was grateful and respectful. Your comprehension is not bad. Dongbua Shui smiled. No wonder this Xing Huisun could improve so quickly in the ancient cultivation illusory realm. He was indeed someone with extremely high comprehension. He was definitely the one with the highest comprehension amongst all the genius cultivators that Dongbua Shui had guided. Then can this junior take Elder as my master now? Xing Huisun could not help but ask. It's still early. Let's talk about it after the Star Convention ends. Dongbua Shueing said. Xing Huasun, he was slightly disappointed, but he still said respectfully, this junior will go back and cultivate first. During the past 10 days of Elder's guidance, this junior has to go back and cultivate properly. Go, Dongbua Shueing said. Xing Huasun, he obediently bowed and left. And as Dongbua Shueing watched as Xing Huasun, he left, he thought, he currently has the strength of a 3rd-level Star Pagoda expert. In the future, he should be able to improve further. Amongst the cultivators of the Star Convention, his comprehension ability is definitely one of the best. I should be able to leave a spot for him in my name list. He was quite fond of Xing Huasun, because the other party specialized in the Tao of Mirage that he, Dongbua Shueing, was most proud of. It was not easy to meet a talent that was suitable to inherit his absolute art. Chapter 931. As the 1,000-year deadline approached, Dongbua Shueing became more leisurely. Almost all the talented cultivators had come here before, and there was no need for them to come a second time before their strength improved significantly. On this day, a thin man walked to the entrance of Dongbua Shueing's cavern dwelling. The faint aura he emitted had startled the 2 protectors. Even though this aura was emitted slightly, the moment they came in contact with it, they felt an overwhelming killing aura assaulting their souls, causing the protectors to tremble in fear. They had seen too many Unity Realm experts, and understood that this person in front of them was much stronger than them. He should be a primal chaos realm giant. At that moment, none of them dared to be disrespectful. Go tell Elder Dongbua that Ba Yin is here to visit. The thin man said coldly. Yes, Senior, please wait for a moment. The protector immediately went in to pass the message. Brother Ba Yin? Dongbua Shueing took the initiative to welcome him warmly. The thin man was no longer cold. Instead, he revealed a smile. Haha, Brother Dongbua, I know you are busy. That is why I came to visit you now. If Brother Ba Yin wants to see me, you can naturally do so any time. Come, come, come. Please come in. Dongbua Shueing was much more polite. There was a reason for him to be polite. Even though this Ba Yin Palace Master was a primal chaos realm giant, according to the intelligence, he was barely at the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. This strength was only slightly stronger than him. The reason why Dongbua Shueing was so polite was because Ba Yin Palace Master was the only disciple of the Black Emperor. Black Emperor had imparted his Tao to him. The 2 of them sat down. Dongbua Shueing also took out his treasured wine and personally poured it for Ba Yin. Brother Ba Yin, why did you come to see me? Dongbua Shueing chuckled. If there is anything, just say it. Haha, I came because of this Star Convention. Ba Yin Palace Master said, I have a junior who participated in the Star Convention. His strength isn't bad, and he is ranked in the top 500. However, he isn't confident that he will be chosen in the end. Therefore, he came to seek my help. I also like this kid, so I specially came to seek Brother Dongbo's help. Hearing that he was ranked in the top 500, Dongbua Shueing heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't know how to be flexible. As long as the other party's potential was high enough, in a situation where he could choose or not, it wouldn't matter if Ba Yin Palace Master personally interceded for him. After all, choosing juniors with potential, this was the inner judgment of the teachers of the convention. Each of them had different experiences, so their judgment of the potential of the younger generation was different. For example, if Dongbua Shueing judged a junior's potential to be around 150, General Tianguang might judge him to be around 100, and General Hatchet Palace Lord might judge him to be around 200. It was impossible to be absolutely the same, but they were all experts, and Dongbua Shueing had a high understanding of the Unity Realm. His judgment of potential would not be too bad. Therefore, as long as the junior's potential was within the range of Dongbua Shueing's choice, he could definitely choose him. No one would think that he would act recklessly. But if the junior's potential was judged to be outside the top 1,000, General Hatchet Palace Master, General Tingguang, and the others might judge him to be slightly different, but he would still be ranked outside the top 900. If he chose, he would be slapped in the face. Oh, if his potential is not bad, I will naturally do my best to help. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. His potential is not bad. I believe that after entering the holy ground, his future will be even more extraordinary. Ba Yun Palace Master said, I wonder what is his name? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. He is called Huan Lu. Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. He is ranked 406th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries. Dongbua Shui-ing's original smile froze. Huan Lu? Huan Lu was a loose cultivator, but he had cultivated for more than 6 trillion years. More importantly, Dongbua Shui-ing had seen the recording of him challenging the Star Pagoda. Being ranked 406th sounded good, but in reality he had not gotten through the 3rd level. He was merely ranked at the peak of the 2nd level Star Pagoda. Furthermore, the reason why he was ranked at the peak was because his body had been modified. That time, Dongbua Shui-ing saw the recording and deduced, this Huan Lu must have many treasures. His realm is clearly ordinary, and he should only be at the 1st level Star Pagoda strength. But his body has been modified. By relying on his powerful body, he nearly got through the 3rd level. He is merely a Devour class cultivator, yet his body has been modified by a Hex cultivator. Clearly, other experts had helped to modify his body. It was indeed possible to invite other experts to modify his body. Furthermore, with sufficient Origin World rocks, one could even invite Wu Zhu to help, making his body so strong that even primal Chaos Realm giants could not destroy it. But the more heaven-defying the modification, the more exaggerated the price. It would be more worthwhile to purchase puppets. This Huan Lu had clearly modified his body for the sake of the Star Convention. He wanted to increase his ranking, but it's a pity that Dongbua Shui-ing, General Hatchet Palace Master, and the others had sharp eyesight. With a glance, they could deduce his body had been modified by others. If he did not modify his body, he would likely be ranked beyond 10,000. Even though he was a loose cultivator, he had cultivated for a very long time. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000. Someone who was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000. Was he going to select him? Dongbua Shui-ing looked up at Ba Yun Palace Master in front of him. Ba Yun Palace Master remained smiling. Brother Dongbo, he is a loose cultivator and he is ranked in the 400s. His potential is not bad. He has invited other experts to modify his body. That is why he is ranked around 400. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. We choose based on potential. It is impossible for other experts to modify their bodies. Brother Dongbo, you can choose 20 people. And as for potential, every teacher of the convention has different eyesight. Since you have a unique eyesight, it is normal for you to select him. Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. Dongbua Shui-ing furrowed his brows. This disciple of Senior Black Emperor, he had already said it like this. Why was he still forcing himself? I will try my best. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. Dongbua Shui-ing stood up. Brother Dongbo, you better give me a definite answer. I will be at ease. Ba Yun Palace Master said. I will try my best. Dongbua Shui-ing replied. How about this? If you choose, I am willing to give Brother Dongbo 200 Origin World rocks. Ba Yun Palace Master smiled. That Huan Lu had indeed had a fortuitous encounter. He had obtained many treasures, and not only did he modify his body, he also understood the detailed information of the 5 teachers of the convention. Only then did he find Ba Yun Palace Master to intercede for him. The deposit was 100 Origin World rocks. Once the matter was settled, he was willing to pay another 500 Origin World rocks. A total of 600 Origin World rocks was enough for him to enter the sacred ground. Brother Ba Yin, Shui Ying helplessly said, "You should also understand that I, as a Unity Realm expert, am taking on the role of a teacher of the convention, and there are some objections to it. I am not just representing myself here. More importantly, I am representing my Great Void Heaven Temple. I cannot slap my Great Void Heaven Temple's face. Therefore, I really can't do anything about your matter. His potential is probably ranked outside the top 3,000. Dongbua Shui Ying honestly interceded because he hoped that the other party could understand. Just a small matter? How can it be considered as giving face to the Great Void Heaven Temple? Ba Yun Palace Master frowned. All right, today is the first time the two of us are meeting. Let's not make things too ugly and give me some face. It's just a slot. Let's do it this way. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up. Brother Ba Yun, I still have matters to attend to. I will not accompany you any longer. Please leave. Ba Yun Palace Master's expression instantly turned cold. You really don't agree? No choice. Dongbua Shui Ying said directly. Humph. Ba Yun Palace Master laughed angrily. You are just a small Unity realm. You have obtained the inheritance of my teacher. It is fine if you don't feel grateful, but I personally came to ask for your help, yet you did not give me any face. Also, don't call me Brother Ba Yun. You are just a Unity realm and aren't qualified to call me brother. He was truly angered, being a primal chaos realm giant and the only disciple of the Black Emperor, who would not give him face normally. He looked down on all Unity realm experts. In his heart, he did not think highly of Dongbua Shui Ying. After all, so what if he was on the 6th floor of Star Tower? In history, there were many who were stuck on the 6th floor of Star Tower and could not step into the primal chaos realm. For instance, Thunderflame Pagoda Master was stuck there, and Dark World Master had fallen long ago. In his heart, Ba Yun Palace Master truly did not think highly of Dongbua Shui Ying. Even addressing him as brother made him feel uncomfortable. It was only because he had a request from the other party that he maintained a smile and spoke passionately. Who would have thought that this Dongbua Shui Ying, a Unity Realm expert, would be so shameless, giving him 200 Origin World rocks? Yet he did not agree? How much was the total value of all the treasures on Dongbua Shui Ying? It should be at most 1,000 Origin World rocks, right? 200 Origin World rocks was a very large sum of wealth. Addressing me as brother? It seems I have climbed up the social ladder. Dongbua Shui Ying coldly said. Since things had reached this stage, there was no need for him to save any face. Someone send the guest off. Dongbua Shui Ying's voice transmitted. At that moment, a female attendant came in. She walked to the side of Ba Yun Palace Master. She was slightly nervous, but she still said, "Please." No matter how arrogant Ba Yun Palace Master was, he did not dare to be impudent in his territory in the Blade Emperor City. Humph, you have guts. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. Why? Still not leaving? Do you want me to chase you out? Dongbua Shui Ying coldly said. Good, very good. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. He turned around and left in 2 to 3 steps. Dongbua Shui Ying coldly snorted. So what if he was a primal chaos realm giant? He barely had the strength of the 7th level and was just a notch higher than him. Even if he fought with him, he would not be afraid. Furthermore, he was close to the primal chaos realm. The moment he stepped into it, he would be able to easily surpass him. He was being so polite and courteous because of the Black Emperor. But even though he respected the Black Emperor, it did not mean that he had to respect him as a disciple. Since he did not want any face, he could only chase him out. Chapter 932. After walking out of the residence, Ba Yun Palace Master turned around with a gloomy expression. This made the 2 guards at the entrance of the residence not even dare to breathe. A mere Unity Realm expert is so arrogant and ignorant. Ba Yun Palace Master said coldly before leaving. This made the 2 guards look at each other in dismay. Is he saying that Elder Dong Bo is arrogant and ignorant? From the looks of it, his negotiation with Elder Dong Bo has fallen apart. Elder Dong Bo is the same. Even if he rejected a primal chaos realm expert, he shouldn't have made it so ugly. The two guards talked to each other through voice transmissions. They even quickly told some of their good friends about what had happened and started discussing it. These guards and attendants were arranged by the Blade Emperor City. They were the lowest level members of the Blade Emperor City. They would temporarily serve Dongbua Shui-ing during the Star Convention. The moment the Star Convention ended, they could not be bothered with the inner hall elder of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Hence, they were more than willing to discuss the secrets of these big characters. Very soon, those who were well-informed knew that Ba Yun Palace Master had said that Dongbua Shui-ing was arrogant and ignorant. And those who knew about this matter stood on the side of Ba Yun Palace Master, because the 5 great sacred worlds of the Primal Chaos Void were used to the high and mighty Primal Chaos Realm experts. A Unity Realm expert should be respectful to a Primal Chaos Realm expert. Dongbua Shui-ing was too lazy to care about the discussions of the outside world. Only the weak would pay attention to the actions of the experts. Why would a true expert care about the trivial matters of the weak? Before breaking through to the Primal Chaos Realm, he would not easily offend a Primal Chaos Realm expert. He would rather endure, but under the premise that he had absolute confidence in breaking through. Even if he treated the other party politely, he would not tolerate the other party taking advantage of him. So what if they fell out? In just a short while, he would easily surpass the other party. Amen? On this day, as Dongbua Shui-ing was meditating by the lake in his cavern, he suddenly received a message. It was the host of this star convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master. There's still half a year before the 1,000-year deadline ends. The name list of General Hatchet Palace Master has already been handed over to Heart Imitation Religious Master? Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. The message that Heart Imitation Religious Master sent was the list of 20 people that General Hatchet Palace Master had chosen. Not a bad choice. Dongbua Shui-ing took a look. According to Heart Imitation Religious Master's assessment, they were all in the top 300 in terms of potential. Chuncheong. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. He had also noticed this name. Monarch Hidden Dragon should have looked for General Hatchet Palace Master as well. I had intended to choose him as well. The little fellow called Chuncheong had cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and he had only come to seek guidance 3 times in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, his improvement was rather obvious, and in terms of potential, he was probably ranked in the top 20. Days passed by. The entire Star Convention had begun to boil in secret. Those who were well informed had already begun to know that the names of the teachers of the convention were being submitted one by one. General Hatchet Palace Master had the highest status, so he was the first to hand over the name list. Half a month later, as the only female, the Violet Slaughter Island Master was the second to submit the name list. Another month later, the 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor also submitted the name list. Another month later, the Blade Emperor City, which was in charge of hosting the convention, sent out a Primal Chaos Existence, General Heaven Light, to submit the name list. Being at the Unity Realm, Dongbua Shui-ing naturally knew what to do. He chose to be the last to submit the name list. Please pass on the message that Dongbua Shui-ing greets Heart Imitation Religious Master. Dongbua Shui-ing stood in front of a huge residence. The place where Heart Imitation Religious Master stayed was naturally his residence in the Blade Emperor City. It's Dongbua Shui-ing, one of the 5 teachers of the convention, Dongbua Shui-ing. He is here to submit the name list too. Outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master, there were quite a few people staring at it, especially those talented cultivators who were anxiously paying attention to the name list. They had already thought of ways to know the name list submitted by the previous 4 teachers of the convention. Currently, only Dongbua Shueing was left. The secrecy of the name list was not high. Heart Imitation Religious Master and the 5 teachers of the convention, as well as many primal chaos existences who came to watch the convention, were given a copy. After all, it was meant to be made public, and there was naturally no need to keep it a secret. This is the final one. This one has 20 names. I hope I'm one of them. This is the final chance. Some of the talented cultivators who had been waiting outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master were extremely nervous. They were waiting silently. In the past 1,000 years, many of them had visited Dongbua Shueing, albeit Dongbua Shueing had never given them any confirmation. Within the residence, Dongbua Shueing continued walking under the guidance of an attendant. They passed through the winding corridors and arrived at a huge public square. Finally, he arrived at a towering black palace hall. This palace hall was incomparably grand. It occupied approximately 1/10 of the entire residence, spanning an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was also the most eye-catching palace structure in the entire Blade Emperor City. This was also the famous Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Dongbua Shueing thought. He knew that Heart Imitation Religious Master would usually cultivate in the Heart Imitation Palace Hall. This was a unique palace specially constructed for cultivation. Elder Dongbua, Religious Master, is inside. The attendant stopped outside the palace hall. Dongbua Shueing nodded. He stepped inside. The huge Heart Imitation Palace Hall was huge and spacious. It occupied an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was empty within. There were no decorations at all. There was only a single figure seated cross-legged on the ground of this dark palace hall. Heart Imitation Religious Master was wearing a loose robe. His robe was spread on the ground. His back was slightly bent, and he had a smile on his face as he looked at Dongbua Shueing. Even though he did not emit any aura, Dongbua Shueing could feel that the entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was becoming bigger and bigger under his senses. It was boundless and dark. The entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was like an endless cosmos, and Heart Imitation Religious Master was the core of this cosmos. He sat there as if he was the master of the cosmos. It said that 9th-level star pagoda primal chaos realm giants are not any weaker than cosmos gods in certain aspects. It is indeed true. Dongbua Shueing saw this scene. Even though Heart Imitation Religious Master did not emit any aura and did not display any techniques, just by sitting within the myriad Imitation Palace Hall made Dongbua Shueing understand how terrifying the other party was. At least for now, it was easy for the other party to kill him. Even if he had the protective treasure given by forefather Tianyu, he could only last for 1 or 2 moments. Elder Dongbua, Heart Imitation Religious Master's ugly face contained a power that could warm the hearts of others. His voice was gentle too. The first 4 teachers of the convention have been decided. Your name list has been decided. Hence, the 100 names that you have chosen can be made public. I have already chosen them. Dongbua Shueing nodded. He waved his hand, causing a golden silk scroll to appear in front of him. It flew towards Heart Imitation Religious Master. Heart Imitation Religious Master casually looked through it. Suddenly he frowned slightly. His gaze landed on one of the 20 names, Xinghua Sun Yi. Heart Imitation Religious Master looked up at Dongbua Shueing. Xinghua Sun Yi, being the host of this star convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master naturally understood the intelligence of all the talented cultivators. He naturally paid attention to Xinghua Sun Yi because he was the youngest son of an ultra-expert at the same level as him, Xinghua Emperor. With such a background, he had cultivated for more than 500 billion years. Yet he was only ranked 3,600th. His potential would most likely be ranked beyond 5,000 amongst the talented cultivators. Speaking from his heart, imitation religious master had a good impression of Dongbua Shuang. After all, he was the strongest unity realm cultivator in the current era of the two great sacred worlds. He could compete with Lei Yan from the myriad ancient sacred world. Are you sure you won't change the name list? Heart imitation religious master looked at Dongbua Shuang. I haven't announced it to the public yet. You can still change it. There's no need to change it. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. Heart imitation religious master hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Dongbua, I've heard that Forefather Tianyu has suggested for you to be the teacher of this star convention. Out of the 5 cosmos gods, 2 are against it and you barely passed. Your choice doesn't just represent yourself. Instead, it represents the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. The name list was public. Even though some experts could be selfish and shameless, Holy Ground still cared about their reputation. Being mocked by many cultivators in the dark would be a disgrace to the Great Void Heaven Temple. Many thanks for heart imitation religious master's good intentions. I've decided. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. Heart imitation religious master shook his head inwardly. It was rare for him to persuade the other party. He then nodded. All right, then the name list will be decided as such. The name list would definitely be there. Following that, heart imitation religious master circulated the name list to the various parties. At the same time, he began making arrangements to make the name list public. Chapter 933. Elder Dong Bo of the Teachers of the Convention has also submitted his name list. This news rapidly spread amongst the genius cultivators. At that moment, many of them rushed over to the Star Convention. According to the rules of the convention, the moment the 5 teachers of the convention submitted their name lists, the Star Convention would announce the name list of the participants. I hope I'm on the name list. I must be on it. Many genius cultivators entered the venue of the Star Convention and looked in the direction of the Star Pagoda. They were waiting for the final name list to be announced. Many of them were nervous. Should they continue to be mediocre cultivators in the vast sacred world? Or should they ascend to the sky in a single step and enter the holy grounds? Some of them had cultivated for less than 1 trillion years and were qualified to participate in the next Star Convention. As for those who had cultivated for a longer period, they would not have another chance if they missed this opportunity. It was too difficult to step into the primal chaos realm by relying on oneself to temper oneself in danger. How many primal chaos giants did a sacred world have over the long years? Like the 2 great sacred worlds, almost half of the primal chaos giants belonged to the holy grounds. As for the remaining primal chaos giants, some were originally from the holy grounds. It's just that as cosmos gods fell, those holy grounds disappeared, and they could only rely on themselves. Strictly speaking, 70% to 80% of the primal chaos giants were nurtured by cosmos gods. The remaining 20% to 30% had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. Without sufficient fortuitous encounters, it was too difficult to rely on oneself to reach the primal chaos realm. Even if they were adventuring outside, most would not dare to kill disciples from the holy grounds. As for those who did not have any background, many had died. I must enter. I must be on the name list. I must be on it. These genius cultivators looked up in anticipation. They were waiting nervously. Following that, a grand aura surged. High up in the sky by the side of the Star Pagoda, 5 rows of name lists appeared. At the forefront of every list were the names of the teachers of the convention. For instance, the name list submitted by Dongbua Shuang was on the 5th row. Elder Dongbo, Swordsman Yunchen, Xing Huasun Imaja, my name. These genius cultivators all raised their heads and looked carefully. High up in the sky, there were the names of the 5 teachers of the convention and the 100 genius cultivators. Every teacher had 20 names. No. Some genius cultivators looked at it in a daze. They did not dare believe it. It's me. There were also those who were chosen, who revealed excited expressions. There were also some chosen genius cultivators who saw their names still standing coldly in the sky, but their slightly upturned lips revealed their emotions. There were only a few who were truly excited and happy. The teachers of the convention would choose 100 people. Adding the 100 from the Star Pagoda preliminaries, there would only be a total of 200 people. There were more than 16,000 participants in the Star Convention, and the rest had all failed. I've been chosen by General Hatchet Palace Master. Fu Jun, who was dressed in simple robes, raised his head. His eyes were emitting a dazzling light. He turned his head and looked at the distant, red-robed woman. That was his former Tao companion. I didn't expect that Xing Huasun would also be chosen. With his strength and the fact that he was taught by Xing Hu Emperor, I'm afraid that many rogue cultivators have higher potential than him. Yet he was actually chosen. When Fu Jun saw Xing Huasun's name among the huge names in the sky, he could not help but sneer inwardly. Xing Huasun he had seen through his wife's disguise. Fu Jun didn't feel grateful towards Xing Huasun but he didn't feel any hatred either. He just didn't want to see Xing Huasun again. But when he saw the name list, Fu Jun was slightly disdainful. He felt that the other party must have relied on his father's background to enter the name list. It's useless. The path of cultivation depends on oneself. Even if you enter the sacred ground, you still won't have a future. Fu Jun glanced at the distant, golden-robed young man and couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. He didn't want to see his wife and Yen, and he didn't want to see Xing Huasun either. Xing Huasun raised his head and looked at the name in the sky. With a glance, he knew that Dongbua Shueing had chosen him. Elder Dongbua has acknowledged my potential. Xing Huasun was slightly excited. There's no rush. He said that he wants to see the potential I display in the entire Star Convention. After the Star Convention ends, I might be able to successfully take him as my master. The red-robed Yen raised her head and looked. Without a doubt, she who had an ordinary ranking and cultivated for a long time was not on the name list. But Fu Jun and Xing Huasun who had a close relationship with her, were on the name list. Fu Jun's potential is indeed extraordinary. Xing Huasun background is also impressive. Even though his ranking is lower than mine, he was still chosen. It's a pity that I lost to him. And Yen sneered. She turned and left the Star Convention. She had lost quite badly this time. The huge names that appeared in the void beside the majestic Star Pagoda could be seen even from far away. General Hatchet Palace Master, who was in his cave dwelling, was drinking scarlet wine by himself. The seemingly weak and skinny General Hatchet Palace Master raised his head and saw the names in the sky beside the Star Pagoda. His gaze landed on the name that Dongbua Shueing had submitted. Strange. This Dongbua Shueing doesn't seem like a foolish person. Why did he choose Xing Huasun? To curry favor with Xing Hua? General Hatchet Palace Master shook his head slightly. He chose Xing Huasun. Violet Slaughter Island Master also walked out of the palace hall. She raised her head and looked at the names that appeared in the sky. Her face revealed a look of astonishment. Xing Hu Emperor shouldn't have forced him, right? If he wants his son to enter the sacred ground, he definitely has other methods. There's no need for him to do it in such an ugly manner. Could it be that Dongbua Shueing is doing Xing Hu Emperor a favor on purpose? Even though Xing Hu Emperor had other methods to force his son into the sacred ground, he would need to use a favor to do so. Since Dongbua Shueing had done so, Xing Hu Emperor would have to be indebted to him. In the end, he's only at the Unity Realm. Violet Slaughter Island Master shook her head and curled her lips. She couldn't be bothered with this matter any longer. General Heavenlight was still meditating. When he saw the name list, he merely sneered, laughable. Back then, I guessed that he would embarrass the great Void Heaven Temple. The cold and evil five-luster serpent ancestor raised his head and looked at the names in the sky, following which he lowered his head and continued drinking his wine. As Xing Huisun, he was completely focused on the Tao of Mirage, other than asking Dongbua Shuiying for pointers. He did not ask the other 4 teachers of the convention for pointers. General Hatchet Palace Master and the other 3 teachers of the convention naturally judged Xing Huisun's potential to be beyond the top 5,000. They also felt that Dongbua Shuiying was too unsightly. Haha, to be so arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you despise me for giving too little. Ba Yun Palace Master was also staying in a cavern dwelling arranged by Blade Emperor City. It was very close to the Star Tower. He raised his head and sneered. With Xing Hu Emperor's identity, he shouldn't be doing this. I reckon that his son, Xing Huisun Yi, has taken out treasures to bribe Dongbua Shuiying. For example, taking out 1 or 2,000 Origin World rocks was enough to move the hearts of ordinary primal chaos existences. Dongbua Shuiying would definitely be moved. With Xing Huisun Yi's identity, he could still take it out even if he clenched his teeth. After all, with Xing Hu Emperor's identity, he could look down on ordinary primal chaos existences. He could easily kill them. Naturally, the treasures he had far surpassed what Ba Yun Palace Master and the others had. Actually, when they saw this name list, the others were still fine. At most, they felt that Dongbua Shuiying's table manners were somewhat unsightly and that he had lost the face of the Great Void Heaven Temple. But the other inquisitive Sky Hall Master, who came from the Great Void Heaven Temple, was truly enraged. Dongbua Shuiying, how could he? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master received the name list with slight disbelief. When he saw the names that appeared beside the Star Tower, he looked at it again and again. Behind the name Elder Dongbua, there was indeed Xing Huisun Yi. How could he do this? Forefather trusted him and thought highly of him, allowing him to become the teacher of this convention and represent our Great Void Heaven Temple. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master had an ugly expression. Even though he did not understand the situation during this election, he could guess that Forefather Tian, you must have spent quite a lot of effort to allow a Unity Realm expert to become the teacher of the convention. But this is how he repaid Forefather? It is fine if he is shameless, but our Great Void Heaven Temple still has our face. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's expression became uglier. He originally had a good impression of Dongbua Shuiying. This was the strongest rising expert among the younger generations of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the others had high expectations of him and were even thinking of ways to protect him. Knowing that Dongbua Shuiying was in danger, he would personally teleport through an ultra-long distance, sending his incarnations to rush over. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the others were looking forward to the day when Dongbua Shuiying would break through and become a Hall Master like them. But this time, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was enraged at Dongbua Shuiying. Your greatest backing, Dongbua Shuiying, is our Great Void Heaven Temple. Why do you need to curry favor with Xing Hu Emperor? Isn't our Great Void Heaven Temple 10 or 100 times stronger than Xing Hu Emperor? Chapter 934. Shuiying returned to his cavern dwelling after leaving Heart Imitation Religious Master's place. Just as he sat down and took out a flask of wine, he had yet to pour it when the Protector entered the courtyard, reporting, "Elder, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master seeks an audience." Inquisitive Sky Hall Master? Dongbua Shuiying was startled. He immediately stood up and took a few steps before arriving at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master is looking for me. Send a message and I will rush over. Dongbua Shuiying was about to say a few more words, but he noticed that Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's originally black face no longer had a trace of a smile on it. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying calmly and coldly before walking inside. Let's talk inside. Dongbua Shuiying was slightly startled. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master didn't seem right. following inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Dongbua Shui-ing said passionately. The Star Convention selection of genius cultivators might be simple, but I didn't dare to be negligent. After all, it is an open task and I have to do it well. Now that the name list has been decided, I am much more relaxed. Just as I took out a flask of wine brewed from the primitive ancient sacred world's wheat maple leaf, before I could drink it, Hall Master came. Hall Master, please accompany me for a few more cups. You are relaxed because you have done it well. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master stopped and turned to look at Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing was stunned. You feel that it is well done? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master asked again. Because the first 4 teachers of the convention submitted the name list first, I cannot repeat it with them. Thus, I had to modify it multiple times. But the candidates are all not bad. Dongbua Shui-ing said. All not bad? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master nodded. Then what do you think of Xing Huisun Yi? He is very good, very good. He is the best candidate in the name list. Dongbua Shui-ing saw inquisitive Sky Hall Master's expression and immediately understood. Haha, Hall Master, are you angry because I chose Xing Huisun Yi? Are you worried that I will disregard my reputation and try to please Xing, Hu Emperor? How can I be that kind of person? Hall Master, you can be at ease. You are not the teacher of the convention, so you should not know how astonishing Xing Huisun Yi's improvement is in these 1,000 years. Shocking? Inquisitive Sky Palace Master was stunned. He could tell that Dongbua Shui-ing had a card up his sleeve. His anger turned into doubt. What kind of improvement can he make? He had cultivated for 500 billion years, but this was also the case. He had all the treasures he wanted, and he didn't lack pointers from experts. It's only been 1,000 years. How much progress can there be? This wasn't just the thought of inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Quite a few primal chaos giants had the same thought after seeing the name list. Cultivation required a gradual accumulation. Even if Dongbua Shui-ing was talented, after reaching the 5th level of Star Pagoda, he had to slowly accumulate and cultivate for a long time. Even his spirit had reached the My Heart as the World realm before reaching the 6th floor of Star Tower. These genius cultivators had cultivated for at least tens of billions of years, while the longest had cultivated for over 1 trillion years. Such a long period, just 1,000 years, was not worth mentioning. Like Xing Huisun Yi and those with a background, they had resources and pointers. This 1,000 years would not be enough for them to improve. It was only those loose cultivators who had cultivated for a long period and had accumulated too many perplexities. Now, they could obtain pointers from existences like General Hatchet Palace Master. Dongbua Shui-ing was also the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 2 great sacred worlds, and his guidance was similarly precious. This guidance would dispel many of the perplexities the loose cultivators had, and they would have a sudden improvement in their strength. 1,000 years. Only loose cultivators could have a huge improvement. General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, General Heaven Light, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and others did not think that Xing Huisun Yi would improve. Improvement required accumulation. Unless Xing Huisun Yi had many perplexities in the past, without the guidance of apex experts, it's a pity that Xing Huisun Yi's father was a 9th level Star Pagoda existence. Relying on the relationship of his father, he could easily seek guidance from many primal chaos giants. His cultivation conditions would likely be better than seeking guidance from the 5 teachers of the convention. He has a huge improvement. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. The other 4 teachers of the convention should know about it. General Heaven Light even transmitted a message to me. His words sounded nice, but it was full of ridicule. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master shook his head. If Xing Huisun Yi has truly improved, he should not have sought guidance from General Heaven Light. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly startled. Wait a moment. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately transmitted a message to Xing, Hu Emperor. Xing, Hu Emperor, was interested in befriending him, and the two naturally left behind their communication imprints. Monarch, has Xing Hui's son sought guidance from the other teachers of the convention? Dongbua Shui transmitted a question. Haha, Elder Dongbua, I've seen the name list you chose. The other 4 teachers of the convention did not choose my son. You are the only one. I've even asked this brat, and he said that the other 4 teachers do not know the Tao of Mirage, and that there is no need for him to waste his time. Xing, Hu Emperor, transmitted a message over. Indeed, Xing Huasun, he was not like those loose cultivators. His horizons were very high, and he did not feel that it was a rare opportunity to seek guidance from the other 4 teachers of the convention. He was even too lazy to do so. He was wholeheartedly focused on the Tao of Mirage, and in the laws and profound mysteries system of the 5 great sacred worlds. The one with the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage was Dongbua Shuang. The moment Dongbua Shuang relied on the Tao of Mirage to reach the primal chaos realm, he would be the first primal chaos expert in the Tao of Mirage in history. It was no wonder. After all, there were only a total of 20 primal chaos experts in the laws and profound mysteries system. The Tao of Mirage was one of the more obscure Tao paths in the laws and profound mysteries system. Those like the Tao of Slaughter were the most commonly seen. You saved my son. This is a huge favor. Haha, I can't thank you with words. Everything will be remembered in my heart. Xing, Hu Emperor, transmitted over. He did not explain in detail. Since he said this, it was clear that he was extremely grateful to Dongbua Shuang. For the sake of saving his son, he had even sought guidance from several cosmos gods. Now that his son was working hard once again, Xing Hu Emperor was naturally happy. Furthermore, his son had said that he wanted to take Dongbua Shuang as his teacher. In the future, his relationship with Dongbua Shuang would naturally become closer. After Dongbua Shuang finished transmitting with Xing Hu Emperor, he said to Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, I've asked Xing Hu Emperor about it, and it seems that this brat Xing Hua's son, he has only sought guidance from me. He has not sought guidance from the other 4 teachers of the convention. Has he really improved greatly? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master could not help but ask. Really? Unless I'm lying about this? In the public battle 10,000 years later, Xing Hua's son, he will have to fight too. If I were to lie, wouldn't I be exposed? Dongbua Shuang chuckled. But why would he? He hasn't improved much over the past 500 billion years. How could he improve so much in such a short period? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master felt puzzled too. Dongbua Shuang hesitated for a moment. Heartache, it was a disgraceful matter. Xing, Hu Emperor, had asked him for help previously, and asked him to keep it a secret and not leak it out. After all, he had become Tao companions with a girl from the illusory realm, and he ended up feeling heartache. That was indeed disgraceful. In the intelligence he had previously obtained, there were no records of Xing Hui's son feeling heartache. Unquestionably, even though Xing Hu Emperor had sought help from several primal chaos giants and cosmos gods who specialized in the illusory realm, he had definitely asked them to keep it a secret. What identity did they have? It was unlikely for them to spread this matter out. There are some minor reasons. Dongbua Shuang did not explain in detail. He chuckled. But currently he has indeed improved greatly. How about this? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master can check the scene from a few decades ago when he came to ask for my help. Oh, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master nodded. Even though Dongbua Shuang said it sincerely, and it did not seem fake since there was no need to lie at this point, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master still did not dare believe it. With Xing Huasun Yi's background and identity, how could he improve so much in just 1,000 years if he only had that little bit of strength after 500 billion years? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's eyes looked ahead. A dim light shot out from his eyes, causing the scene ahead to distort. Schwa. Very soon, the scene reversed to a few decades ago when Xing Huasun he asked for help from Dongbua Shuang. Seeing that scene, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master revealed a look of shock and disbelief. Tao of Mirage? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was startled. He actually pushed the Tao of Mirage to the Unity Realm? And this strength is at the 4th level star pagoda strength? Dongbua Shuang chuckled and nodded. Over 900 years, with the help of Xinghua Emperor, Xinghua Sun Yi cultivated in the Time Pagoda in Blade Emperor City that was 10,000 times faster than normal. Even though cultivating at the Unity Realm would require around 200,000 origin world rocks for 100 million years, and even cosmos gods would not be so extravagant. But because it was just a short 1,000 years, it would only require 2 origin world rocks at a time, 10,000 times faster than normal. Cultivating for more than 9 million years, with the best cultivation conditions, treasures that aided in cultivation, in addition to his own accumulations, and the fact that he could ask for help from Dongbua Shuang, Xinghua Sun Yi had indeed reached the Unity Realm in the Tao of Mirage. That time, after Dongbua Shuang reached the Unity Realm in the Tao of Mirage, he soon grasped the Dark Bubble and directly reached the 5th level star pagoda strength. But even though Xinghua Sun Yi was formidable, it was clear that his talent in the Tao of Mirage was slightly weaker than Dongbua Shuang. But he had grasped the second style of the Absolute art created by Dongbua Shuang, the Mirage Annihilation. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master watched as the scene of Xinghua Sun Yi asking for help from Dongbua Shuang appeared in front of him. The more he watched, the happier he became. If I remember correctly, there was only a single person who got through the 4th level star pagoda during the preliminary selections. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master said, and now Xinghua Sun Yi has such strength. In other words, his strength should be ranked in the top 3. Dongbua Shuang nodded with a smile. I've said before that he is the best in the name list. Since he did not ask for help from the other 4 teachers of the convention, then it is likely that there will be some ugly rumors spreading in the outside world. Why don't you tell the other 4 teachers of the convention? You must not tell them. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master shook his head. He said delightedly, General Tianguang has deliberately transmitted a message to me with sarcasm. Humph. So be it if it's a rumor. Just let them spread it. Just 10,000 years later, the final battle will be held publicly. By then, Xinghua Sun Yi will be incomparably dazzling. I am looking forward to seeing their shocked expressions. Furthermore, by then, all the cultivators paying attention to the Star Convention will know that the teachers of the convention sent by the holy ground of the laws and profound mysteries lineage, the Great Void Heaven Temple, are the ones with the highest standards when it comes to selecting talented cultivators. Chapter 935. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was not willing to inform the other 4 teachers of the convention, and Dongbua Shuang naturally did not object. Even though there would be some rumors, firstly, it was a short period of time, and secondly, there were few who felt that it was unfair for Dongbua Shuang to choose Xinghua Sun Yi. The genius cultivators participating in the convention were very concerned. They would gather information, and they would understand that Xinghua Sun Yi was the son of Xinghua Emperor. He had cultivated for 500 billion years, yet his star pagoda ranking was merely in the 3,600s. They would feel that it was unfair, and some of the higher-ups of the 6 great holy grounds would also know about it. As for the ordinary cultivators, they did not have detailed information on Xinghua Sun Yi. They might even think that Xinghua Sun Yi was a loose cultivator. Hence, they felt that Dongbua Shuang's actions were unsightly. It was mainly a portion of the 16,000 genius cultivators participating in the convention, and a portion of the members of the 6 great holy grounds. The Star Pagoda preliminaries would select 100, and the teachers of the convention would select 100. After these 200 were selected, they would be qualified to enter the Pagoda of Time in Blade Emperor City and undergo 100-time acceleration cultivation. In reality, it was 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Furthermore, they could casually read through a large number of scriptures, and these were the more fundamental scriptures provided by the 6 great holy grounds. Because these 200 would eventually enter the 6 great holy grounds, and the 6 great holy grounds would be able to exchange their fundamental scriptures. Other than that, they would also provide some precious treasures, 1,000,000 years, countless scriptures, and being able to seek guidance from the teachers of the convention. This 1,000,000 years was simply a dream for many loose cultivators. If loose cultivators wanted to obtain a formidable absolute art, they would have to stake their lives and even rely on luck before they could obtain it. But now, a large number of absolute arts were placed in front of them. Xing Huasun, he had to obediently follow the rules. Under the arrangements of the convention, he would undergo 100-time acceleration cultivation like the other chosen cultivators. On this day, Dongbua Shui Ying looked at the rising sun. It has been 10,000 years. Today is the day that this group of young fellows will battle. To him, 10,000 years was truly a short period of time. If it weren't for the occasional genius cultivators who came to ask for guidance, if he really calmed his heart and cultivated, 10,000 years would feel like a mere moment after some deduction and comprehension. South, after leaving the cave, Dongbua Shui Ying streaked across the sky. Inquisitive Sky Palace Master also flew over from afar. Dongbua, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, and Dongbua Shui Ying were flying side by side. Even though this 10,000 years is short, there are still some fellows discussing in the dark, especially that one called Ba Yun Palace Master. I've heard that he has been talking about this matter with quite a few primal chaos giants. He even said that he wants to see you become a joke during the ranking battle. Ba Yin? Dongbua Shui Ying shook his head. This person was indeed narrow-minded and selfish. However, there were all sorts of cultivators, and extremely selfish ones were also very common. Those who submitted to me would prosper, and those who opposed me would perish. It was very normal for Ba Yun Palace Master to bear a grudge against him because of this matter. Laughing at me, Dongbua Shui Ying laughed. I'm afraid he won't have the chance. That's right, the Inquisitive Heavens Palace Master revealed a smile. So. The two of them flew to the venue of the Star Convention. The seating arrangement was the same as when the Star Convention was held. Dongbua Shui Ying was seated at the furthest of the 5 seats to the left of Heart Imitation Religious Master. Primal Chaos Giants came one after another. As for the genius cultivators who came to participate in the convention, they had all arrived long ago. Even though many of them were not chosen, they wanted to watch this public battle and see the gap in strength between them. There were also many cultivators in Blade Emperor City. Some were even children. They were looking forward to watching the battle. The 5 teachers of the convention have chosen 100 cultivators. The other 99 are fine, but that Xing Huasun Yi is unquestionably someone who relied on his background. He is the least qualified one. The many genius cultivators who were watching the battle felt indignant after knowing that they were not chosen. I've said before that he should not be a teacher of the convention. His foresight is clearly not as good as the other 4 teachers of the convention. It's not that his foresight is lacking. Instead, he is more easily bribed. Many genius cultivators were discussing through voice transmissions. Many of them were filled with resentment. If Xing Huasun Yi was not chosen, this slot might be given to one of them. Let's see. That Xing Huasun Yi is merely ranked 3,600th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries. In a while, he will be exposed during the battle. Heart Imitation Religious Master's voice was grand and mighty. It reverberated in the ears of every cultivator in the Star Convention, and even in their hearts. This time, the 200 cultivators who passed through the preliminaries will be split into 5 groups. 2 victors will be decided from each group. Ultimately, the 10 victors will fight against each other, and the top 5 will be decided based on their battle achievements. These top 5 can choose any of the 6 great holy grounds to join. Naturally, they will become core members of the holy ground and receive nurturing. Now the first group will begin. Heart imitation religious master's voice was gentle, yet it caused all the spectators to turn silent. Their gazes landed on a battle platform that was 50,000 kilometers long. At this moment, many figures flew onto the battle platform. There were a total of 40 of them. This was the first group. During the arrangement of the battles, Heart Imitation Religious Master was in charge of arranging it. He would split some of the more powerful genius cultivators into 5 groups. Even so, there would still be 2 victors in each group. Furthermore, even if there were some extremely talented cultivators in a group, the other 200 would have to challenge the Star Pagoda. The teachers of the convention would then select another 5. Regardless, the purpose of the Star Convention was to select the 10 best genius cultivators. The 40 genius cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle on the battle platform. Some were blasted out of the platform, while others activated their survival treasures. Every one of them temporarily obtained a survival treasure that could be activated instantly. But the moment they activated their survival treasure, it would signify their defeat. They would have to obediently leave the battle platform. Being blasted out of the platform would signify their defeat, and the final 2 remaining on the platform would be the victors. Almost a breath of time later, there were only 8 genius cultivators left. The rest had been eliminated. Another 2 breaths of time later, there were only 3 genius cultivators left. The black cloud rumbled on the body of a genius cultivator, causing him to spurt out blood and fly out of the platform. After he flew out, he stared at the tall and big young man on the platform, thinking, "Sangcheong Tianyin, you are ruthless." The first group included Sangcheong Tianyin. He was the only 4th level Star Pagoda expert in the Star Pagoda selections, and he had a clear advantage over the others. Previously, Sangcheong Tianyin was the strongest of the 3 remaining cultivators, and the other 2 were comparable in strength. This cultivator who was blasted out of the platform even transmitted a message to Sangcheong Tianyin, asking for his help, and he would definitely reward him with 10 Origin World rocks. Who would have thought Sangcheong Tianyin directly blasted him down? Sangcheong Tianyin is really formidable. He has a huge advantage. He is unquestionably the strongest cultivator in the first group. Even though the battle was fast, the spectators could see Sangcheong Tianyin's strength. Second group. Third group. The selection of the groups was quick. Soon, it was time for the third group. The 40 cultivators of the third group flew up the battle platform. Amongst them was the golden-robed young man, Xing Huasun-yi. Just based on his appearance and temperament, Xing Huasun-yi was relatively eye-catching. Xing Huasun-yi is up. Look, in a while he is going to be exposed. The genius cultivators who were not selected felt that it was unfair. They wanted to embarrass that unfair teacher of the convention, Dongbua Shuang. If the person he selected, Xing Huasun-yi, were to lose miserably, it would naturally prove that he had no foresight and was unfair. It was not just the spectators below. Even the primal chaos giants on the high platform were paying close attention. They came to watch the convention and had naturally heard of some rumors. Some of them could not help but glance at Dongbua Shuang, who was seated at the furthest corner of the 5 teachers of the convention. Dongbua Shuang sat there calmly, watching the battle that was about to begin on the enormous battle platform. General Heaven Light glanced at Dongbua Shuang with the corner of his eyes before continuing to watch the battle that was about to begin. The battle immediately erupted. The golden-robed young man Xing Huasun-yi suddenly erupted with a layer of white light. This white illusory light enveloped the other 39 genius cultivators on the battle platform. This was none other than Xing Huasun-yi's ancient cultivation illusory realm. Having reached such a realm in the Tao of Mirage, and having grasped the illusory mirage annihilation created by Dongba Shuang, his original ancient cultivation illusory realm had naturally reached a brand new level. The terrifying illusory realm power caused close to half a day of cultivators present to fall into it. There were few who struggled to stay awake, and only a few who remained completely awake. At the same time when he unleashed his illusory realm, Xing Huisun waved his hand. Hong, the fiery light abruptly charged against the bodies of the surrounding genius cultivators. His Tao of Mirage was at the 4th level star pagoda strength, and his bloodline cultivation did not improve by much, though it was still at the 3rd level strength. Currently, under the group attack, those who had fallen into the illusory realm or struggling to stay awake could hardly resist. The fiery impact swept out, blasting many genius cultivators out of the battle platform. Only 8 of them were still able to resist. They were relatively strong, and their cultivation hearts were formidable too. But the 8 of them were looking at Xing Huisun with slight shock and disbelief. Not just them. Those genius cultivators below the platform who wanted to see Xing Huisun expose himself and wanted to prove that the teacher of the convention, Dongba Shuang, was unfair, had their mouths wide open. This was the strength of someone ranked 3,600th in the Star Pagoda preliminary selection? Why did it feel that he was even more tyrannical than the first-ranked Tsang Cheong Tianyin? And on the high platform, many primal chaos giants were shocked. Some could not help but look at that white-robed young man. Congratulations, Xing Hu Emperor. Congratulations. Some primal chaos giants began conversing with Xing Hu Emperor. They had good foresight. Controlling the illusory realm was definitely his own strength. It was impossible for it to be an external force. And over at the side of the 5 teachers of the convention, General Hatchet Palace Master glanced at the leftmost Dongba Shuang with interest. He revealed a grin and thought, interesting. In just 10,000 years, Xing Huisun has actually improved so much, and it is an illusory realm too? Dongba Shuang is also famous for his illusory realm, Elder Dongba. Violet Slaughter Island Master's smile was absolutely beautiful. It was filled with a shocking allure. Truly formidable, truly formidable. No wonder you chose this Xing Huisun. In my opinion, he might be stronger than Tsang Cheong Tianyin. Dongba Shuang said instead. The illusory realm specializes in group attacks. As for who is stronger between this Brat Sun and Tsang Cheong Tianyin, we can only know during the final battle. Chapter 936. I am curious. General Hatchet Palace Master turned around and chuckled. Xing Huisun has cultivated for 500 billion years in the past, yet his illusory realm has become so formidable. Unless Xing Hu could not find a good teacher for his son after so many years, his comprehension ability must be high for him to improve so much in such a short period. But with such a high comprehension ability, even if he does not have a good teacher, he should not be as weak as he was in the beginning. Elder Dongbo, can you dispel my doubts? Haha. By the side, Xing Hu Emperor chuckled. General Hatchet, I can only say that Elder Dongbo is indeed the cultivator with the greatest attainment in the laws and profound mysteries system in the Tao of Mirage. His understanding of the illusory realm is amazing. Under his guidance, my son's understanding of the illusory realm has improved by leaps and bounds. I am very grateful to Elder Dongbo for digging out the potential of my son in the illusory realm. Haha, I have made the right choice in coming to this star convention. General Hatchet Palace Master was clearly asking Dongba Shuang, yet Xing Hu Emperor took the initiative to interrupt. But the other primal chaos giants present were echoing along. What a joke! Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Hatchet Palace Master, Xing Hu Emperor, they were the 3 strongest existences present. They stood at the pinnacle of the primal chaos realm. They killed experts from the 7th floor of Star Tower in an instant. Killing those at the 8th level of Star Tower was an absolute suppression. Most could eliminate them with a few more moves. Their statuses were equivalent to the Unity Realm experts from the 7th floor of Star Tower. Hence, even the prideful General Heavenlight and the others revealed a smile even if they did not say anything. This Unity Realm brat actually made Xing, Emperor, protect and be grateful to him. General Heavenlight sat by the side of Dongbu Shuang. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. He could sense that Xing Emperor was truly grateful to Dongbu Shuang. He could also feel the boundless joy of Xing Emperor. Could it be that Xing Sunyi's potential has really been unearthed by Dongbu Shuang? General Heavenlight was in slight disbelief. Since Xing Emperor had already said it, what could General Tingguang do if he didn't believe it? In the world of cultivators, respect for the strong had long been ingrained in their bones. Other than Dongbu Shuang, who was a Unity Realm expert, the others were all at the Primal Chaos Realm. From this, one could see how ordinary it was. Actually, it was normal. Primal Chaos giants could reach the 7th floor of Star Tower as long as they had sufficient accumulations. And in the Primal Chaos void of the 5 great sacred worlds, there was no Unity Realm expert on the 7th floor of Star Tower in this era. Primal Chaos Realm experts were naturally looking down on Unity Realm experts from a high position. Any incarnation they casually sent would be at the 5th or 6th level star pagoda strength, and could easily slaughter a large group of Unity Realm experts. Originally, they looked down on Dongbu Shuang in terms of strength. But after that, Dongbu Shuang actually disregarded his face and chose Xing Huasun. It made them look down on him even more. But now it was a complete reversal. Firstly, Xing Huasun's strength was so terrifying. More importantly, he was very weak during the preliminary selections. Clearly, he had improved greatly within a short period, and the other 4 teachers of the convention did not choose him. Clearly, they did not know how frightening Xing Huasun's improvement was. If they knew, General Hatchet Palace Master and the others would definitely choose him. Only Dongbu Shuang knew and chose him, and it was an illusory realm. Even though they did not know how Dongbu Shuang did it, and how did he make Xing Huasun so formidable, it made them admire this Unity Realm teacher of the convention even more. Secondly, and also the most important, they could feel that Xing Emperor was very grateful and protective of Dongbu Shuang. Just this point alone made it so that they could not look down on Dongbu Shuang. The selection of the 5 groups ended very quickly. 2 cultivators were chosen for each group, for a total of 10. These 10 genius cultivators began fighting one-on-one. Each of them had to fight 9 battles, and the top 5 would be decided based on the final battle results. Until now, battles were very important. The top 200 of the Star Convention's preliminaries would not be considered a core even if they joined the 6 great sacred grounds. At most, they would receive the most ordinary treatment, and the final 10 who joined the 6 great sacred grounds would become the core, and they would be nurtured with all their might. Boom! The shock waves of the battle reverberated across the 100,000 Li battle stage. San Chung Tianyan victory! Each of them had 9 battles, for a total of 45 battles. These battles were much more interesting. All of them had extremely high comprehension abilities, and many of their techniques were rather ingenious. This made the countless cultivators watching the battle below very excited. Xing Huasun victory! Xing Huasun stood on the battle stage. He did not move at all. He had already fought 5 battles. His battles were the most dazzling, because in every battle, he would stand on the same spot without moving. Usually he would use his illusory realm first. Even if one could resist against the illusory realm, the opponent's strength would drop by a lot. Secondly, he would use the world prison. Usually, a total of 6 layers of the world prison would descend. Layers of the world prison would wrap around the enemy. Usually, the enemy would not be able to struggle after being bound and would be chased out of the battle stage. He had won 5 consecutive battles, so easily. What a terrifying, illusory realm. His binding technique is truly terrifying. Even third-level Star Pagoda experts can't struggle free after being bound. The more than 10,000 talented cultivators who failed to be selected were all exclaiming in admiration. 10,000 years ago, he was just at the second-level Star Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he has become so powerful. Elder Dong Bo is so amazing in guiding his disciples. The talented cultivators who failed to be selected previously felt that Dongbua Shueying was unfair. But now they felt that the other party was too amazing in guiding his disciples. I've gone to seek guidance before, but why didn't I improve by much? Who asked you not to cultivate in the illusory realm? Right? Elder Dong Bo might specialize in the illusory realm. We aren't experts in the illusory realm either. You are also the sons of Xing Hua Emperor. With Elder Dong Bo guiding you, why would he do his best? Many cultivators were discussing among themselves. Envy, jealousy. But no matter what, they acknowledged Elder Dong Bo's foresight and ability to guide his disciples. Xing Hua Sun finally moved. When facing a void creature called Kongyong, he had to execute the second style of the absolute art, Mirage Annihilation, created by Dongbua Shueying, the Mirage Annihilation. He was even forced to execute 3 Mirage Annihilation at the same time before he could heavily injure Kongyong, forcing him to admit defeat. 45 battles were being fought continuously. Finally, it was the final battle. Those in charge of arranging the battles of the Star Convention had deliberately placed the battle between Tsang Cheung Tianyin and Xing Hua Sun Yi as the final battle. The two of them had won all 8 battles previously. Whoever won this battle would have won all 9 battles and would unquestionably become the strongest expert in this Star Convention. Actually, the two of them would definitely be ranked in the top 5 and would be nurtured as the core disciples. But the two of them were filled with fighting spirit. Tsang Cheung Tianyin stood there. His body was majestic and rolling black clouds surrounded his body. Clearly, his fleshy body was incredibly strong. The young-looking Xing Hua Sun Yi stood at the other end of the battle stage. His aura was reserved, and he seemed like an ordinary youth without any threat. But suddenly, a faint white light erupted from his body. This faint white light instantly enveloped the entire battle stage. It has begun. Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Hatchet Palace Master, Xing Hua Emperor, Heaven Light Religious Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Dongbua Shueying, and the others were all carefully watching the battle from the high platform. They might not care much about the previous battles, but this battle was the most important battle of the entire Star Convention. Chapter 937. In this battle, Tsang Cheung Tianyin and Xing Hua Sun Yi had both sunk into a bitter battle. In the previous 8 battles, the two of them had never been so strenuous. Tsang Cheung Tianyin's body was tyrannical, and it was rare amongst those at the same level. His close combat attacks were similarly fierce and ruthless. After being guided by General Hatchet Palace Master and the other teachers of the convention, his body and close combat attacks were comparable to those at the 5th level Star Pagoda. But he had an obvious weakness too, and that was that his movement technique was too weak. In his previous battles, many talented cultivators could surpass him in terms of movement technique speed. But because his weakness was too obvious, his overall strength could only be considered at the peak of the 4th level Star Pagoda standard. When dealing with other opponents, Tsang Cheung Tianyin was also very simple, directly attacking from a distance. With a single punch, even if it was a long-range attack, it was enough to defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, it was useless against Xing Hua Sun Yi. Xing Hua Sun Yi's ancient cultivator illusory realm was extremely extraordinary. Even though Tsang Cheung Tianyin was able to resist against it, he was always distracted and his strength was affected. The most important thing was the bubble Shadow Destruction. Its destructive power was extremely strong, and 3 consecutive bubbles stacked together was enough to damage Song Cheong Tianyun's life force. One by one, the bubbles enveloped Song Cheong Tianyun. Song Cheong Tianyun furiously tried to break them apart, but each time he did, the bubbles would also damage him. Most importantly, Bubble Shadow also had a binding effect. His long-range attacks couldn't break the bubble, and he couldn't get close to Xing Huasun either. As a result, he could only waste his time. Break, break! Song Cheong Tianyun roared furiously as he frantically attacked the bubbles that were trying to restrain him. The world bubbles were unending, causing Song Cheong Tianyun to feel very uncomfortable. Occasionally, he would rush out and attack Xing Huasun with his arms expanding, and a new bubble would descend. Xing Huasun was also very careful. Under the berserk state, Song Cheong Tianyun's attacks were too ferocious. With just one move, Song Cheong Tian would have to activate his protective treasure and lose. His body is too strong. Xing Huasun also felt that it was very strenuous. Bubble annihilation was his strongest move, and he could only unleash 3 world bubbles at the same time with his full strength. And with this, he could barely injure his opponent. The strength of his body was simply too heaven-defying. In this battle, Xing Huasun had been very careful and did not let Song Cheong Tianyun get close to him. On the other hand, Song Cheong Tianyun was like a peerless beast. He did not dare to become too big, as the bigger his body was, the weaker his defense would be. Maintaining a normal size was the best defense. From time to time, his arms would expand as he prepared to launch a sneak attack. A full 10 minutes passed. As Song Cheong Tianyun's life force continued to deplete, he finally admitted defeat unwillingly. I lost. Song Cheong Tianyun thought to himself. In the future, I must think of a way to increase the speed of my movement technique. In the past, he had spent all his energy on the 12 calamities universe body that he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. This was the ultimate skill of the strongest warrior system. The goal of this ultimate skill was to pursue an indestructible body with an extremely strong defense. The more extreme the pursuit of an extremely strong body's defense, the more powerful the attack would be. However, the speed of the movement technique would become very weak. This was the weakness of this technique. General Hatchet Palace Lord, General Tingguang, and Elder Dongbua have all said that cultivating in other systems can make up for this weakness. Song Cheong Tianyun thought 10,000 years was too short, and he required a longer period to cultivate. He believed that as long as he could make up for this weakness, he would be able to reach the 5th level of Star Pagoda strength. Song Cheong Tianyun, who would have thought that your body is so formidable, admirable? Xing Huasun was indeed admirable. His father, Xing Hua Emperor, other than being famous for his flames, had a strong body even amongst those at the 9th level Star Pagoda strength. Hence, Xing Huasun cultivated in the bloodline cultivation system, and his body was considered relatively strong. But compared to Song Cheong Tianyun, he was far weaker. He knew that Song Cheong Tianyun definitely had an amazing absolute art, but so what? He, Xing Huasun could easily obtain many absolute arts. The core members of the Holy Grounds could obtain Cosmos-ranked absolute arts, but so what? Ultimately, the cultivators had to cultivate it themselves. I admire you more. You have improved so much in just a short 10,000 years. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Song Cheong Tianyun said. Even though Xing Huasun and Song Cheong Tianyun, the 2 most dazzling genius cultivators of this star convention, were conversing and walking down the battle platform. But on the high platform, the primal chaos giants could not help but look at that white-robed young man seated at the edge of the seats of the 5 teachers of the convention. They knew that in this star convention, the name of Dongbua Shueing would definitely spread amongst the many primal chaos giants. Because his performance was truly dazzling, there were even many mysteries. Xing Huasun with that background, Dongbua Shueing was actually able to help him improve so much in just a short 10,000 years. From being ranked 3,600th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries to becoming the champion in the final decisive battle. Unfathomable. Dongbua Shueing. A cold voice came from the side. Dongbua Shueing looked over. 5 luster serpent ancestor, who was standing not far away, still had a cold expression. Only his gaze towards Dongbua Shueing had changed slightly. Congratulations, the Xinghua son you chose has become the champion this time. It's because his comprehension ability is high. Dongbua Shueing immediately chuckled. He understood that with the personality of 5 luster serpent ancestor, it was rare for him to take the initiative to congratulate someone. 5 luster serpent ancestor finished speaking before turning his head downwards. The 200 genius cultivators were all recovering their strength. Some who were heavily injured were even being treated by the experts arranged by the Star Pagoda Convention. Very soon, they were all heading towards the Star Pagoda, taking the initiative to challenge the Star Pagoda. Their performance in the decisive battle, their performance in challenging the Star Pagoda twice, and also their performance in seeking guidance from the teachers of the convention in the next 10,000 years. According to many factors, the 5 teachers of the convention would choose another 5 cultivators. Together with the top 5 in the final battle, there would be a total of 10 cultivators. They could choose any holy ground to join and become a core member, receiving full nurturing. With just 200 cultivators, it was very fast for them to challenge the Star Pagoda. There were a total of 3 who reached the 4th level Star Pagoda this time. Xinghua Sen Yi, Sangqiong Tianyin, and Kangyong. There were 169 at the 3rd level Star Pagoda, and the remaining 28 were at the 2nd level Star Pagoda. Dongbua, make your preparations. 10,000 years later, all of you will have to preach the Tao publicly. Everyone stood up and left. Xinghua Emperor, Dongbua Shueing, and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master flew side by side. Amen. Dongbua Shueing felt relatively relaxed. In the next 10,000 years, they could just choose one more person. Even though this quota was important, the difficulty wasn't too big. By then, they would conduct a public Tao lecture with the other 4 teachers of the convention. It was also a huge opportunity for the weaker cultivators. After the Tao lecture, the convention would officially end. At least this convention did not disgrace my great void heaven temple. Dongbua Shueing thought. He had a grin on his face. The Star Convention had reached its later stages. Great void heaven temples, Dongbua Shueing, was also being mentioned by many primal chaos giants. And at this moment, an event that could shake the entire 5 great sacred worlds of the primal chaos void happened in the myriad ancient sacred world. Myriad ancient sacred world. There was a courtyard deep in the mountains. A low ripple was emitted from within the courtyard. It seemed unremarkable, but the courtyard silently turned into ruins. Some of the surrounding mountains, rocks, and plants similarly withered. The disturbance was small, but it represented that the power was being restrained. The silver-haired, golden-horned man, Gu Qi, stood within the courtyard that had turned into ruins. His body seemed to have split into more than 100 pieces. These pieces had already fused together to form a human figure. It's just that there was a black light emitting from the cracks on his body. This black light was constantly spreading in all directions. Furthermore, there was a clear hole in his chest. Gu Qi held onto the hole in his chest. He was staring straight ahead. A figure was standing in front of him. As he stood there, the space around him became quiet and docile. The surrounding world had completely submitted to him. Even though the myriad ancient sacred world was jointly created by Wu Zu and Jie Zhu, the myriad ancient sacred world was a world that had been created by both Wu Zu and Jie Zhu. But as long as he was here, the surrounding world would submit to him. His skin was white, and the contours of his face were gentle. Even though he wasn't absolutely beautiful, any handsome male or beautiful female would pale in comparison to him. His appearance seemed to contain part of the supreme law of the primal chaos void. Looking at his appearance was akin to looking at the supreme law. Even cosmos gods could not help but feel like children looking at their parents. There was a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were also very sincere. A husband who had become Tao companions for life and death could only look at his wife with such sincerity. "Saint Lord!" Gu Dai opened his mouth with difficulty. His voice was hoarse, and there was a faint black light in his throat. "In order to kill me, you really put in a lot of effort. I'm only letting you return to the primal chaos." Saint Lord was gentle and sincere. "Those who obstruct me will return to the primal chaos, and those who obey me will submit to me. In the future, when I control the entire primal chaos void, I'll summon you out once again. You will also be incomparably loyal to me. By then, the entire primal chaos void will be like a family, and everything will be peaceful. How good is that?" Saint Lord walked over. He extended his hand. His palm was white and gentle. He caressed Gu Dai's face. "I don't have any killing intent towards you, nor do I have any hatred towards you. It's just that you have obstructed me, and I can only temporarily let you return to the primal chaos. Go just like sleeping. When I summon you, you will wake up." Gu Dai wanted to retreat, but the black light had already enveloped his entire body. His body was starting to solidify, and he could not move at all. Even his mouth could not move. "Summon me? Just you, and you want to control the entire primal chaos void?" Gu Dai controlled the void to emit a voice. His skin had already started turning into a black jade stone. His eyes were staring at Saint Lord in front of him. "Nobody can obstruct me. You will see that day. By then, you will also be my child." Saint Lord turned around and looked to the distance. A figure had already appeared in the distance. Wu Zhu stood there with black chains surrounding his body. Clearly, he was extremely vigilant as he stared at Saint Lord in the distance. "Nobody can obstruct me from doing what I want to do. You can't obstruct me either." Saint Lord looked at Wu Zhu. "Although I can't bear to obstruct you, I can only temporarily let you return to the primal chaos." Saint Lord smiled. He disappeared from the myriad ancient sacred world, just like that, as though he had never appeared. Wu Zhu's expression was very ugly. He turned his head and looked at Gu Dai, who had turned into a black jade stone statue. He sighed. "Gu Dai, I wasn't able to protect you." Gu Dai, who had turned into a jade stone statue, his soul was also solidifying. His thoughts were rapidly slowing down. "Fortunately, I have a disciple. It's just that my disciple, I haven't had the time to see you." Gu Dai's thoughts were getting slower and slower. In the end, it completely stopped. The black jade stone statue no longer had any fluctuations. It was as though it was absolutely dead. It stood there silently and looked into the distance. Gu Dai was ultimately killed by Saint Lord. Wu Zhu first transmitted the news to Gu Dai's teacher, Void Primogenita. Void Primogenitor was completely stunned when he heard the news. He sat by himself for a very long time. He only felt heartache and self-blame. His heartache was because he could not forget the time he spent teaching Gu Dai. That carefree disciple was also his most outstanding disciple. Self-blame was because he was too weak and could not protect his disciple. Closely following that, the news naturally spread across many Final Realm existences. All Final Realm existences knew about it. Even though Wu Zhu obstructed him, Sacred Master still killed another Cosmos God. This time, the Cosmos God who fell was called Gu Dai. Chapter 938. Within the Blade Emperor city, Dongbu Shuang was still guiding the talented cultivators who came to seek his guidance. The Unity Realm, as the name suggests, is to fuse everything into one, turning into one. This one is the pinnacle. It is like the extreme point, the origin. What you need to do now, in simpler words, is to walk towards the extreme. Dongbu Shuang looked at the scaled-tailed female cultivator in front of him and chuckled. Don't think about surpassing the pinnacle. Your current realm is still too low, so don't bite off more than you can chew. First, pursue the pinnacle. You have to reach the 5th level star pagoda strength before you are qualified to surpass the pinnacle. Dongbua Shueing explained. He then casually demonstrated. You see, your techniques can be displayed to the pinnacle. For instance, the eyes of this female cultivator brightened as she watched. She was ranked in the top 100 during the preliminary selections. She had never sought guidance from Dongbua Shueing, since she felt that a Unity Realm expert was not worth it. And after seeing Xing Huasunyi's performance, she came to seek guidance from him. She discovered that Dongbua Shueing's guidance on the slaughter aspect might be simple, but it pointed to the essence. The more profound a cultivator was, the more concise and direct his guidance would be. Dongbua, hurry up and come out. A voice sounded by the ears of Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, let's stop here for now. I still have something to do, and will be leaving first. Dongbua Shueing stood up. Yes. The female cultivator did not dare to say much. She obediently acknowledged. Dongbua Shueing then immediately walked out of the cavern dwelling. Outside the cavern dwelling, Dongbua Shueing saw Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master transmitted. Go, old ancestor has asked you to hurry back to the Great Void Heaven Temple. I will bring you over now. So urgent? Dongbua Shueing was startled. This was still the Star Convention. Go. Dongbua Shueing followed them obediently. He had a lot of time to guide those genius cultivators. After all, there were only 200 people who passed the preliminaries, and it would be a long time before one of them came to him for guidance. The two of them left the Saber Imperial City and followed the Inquisitive Sky Hall Master through an ultra-long distance teleportation. They arrived at the Great Void Heaven Temple directly. Great Void Heaven Temple. In Forefather Tian Yu's residence, he summoned Dongbua Shueing alone. How strange. The Star Convention hasn't ended yet you've summoned me back? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled as he walked into the courtyard of Forefather Tian Yu's residence. Along the way, none of the attendants stopped him. Soon, he arrived at a towering tree. The hunchbacked old man, Forefather Tian Yu, was sitting cross-legged under the tree. Old ancestor. Dongbua Shueing bowed respectfully. Forefather Tian Yu looked at Dongbua Shueing. After a moment of silence, he said, There's something I need to tell you. Your master, Guqi, is already dead. Dongbua Shueing was startled as he stood there blankly. His mind was in a state of shock. His master, Guqi, is dead? How? Dongbua Shueing couldn't help but want to ask. He was killed by the sacred master. I believe that very soon the upper echelons of the various sacred lands will spread this news. Forefather Tian Yu said. At this moment, countless distracting thoughts appeared in Dongbua Shueing's mind. In terms of feelings back then, when his father, mother, younger brother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong died, that was truly painful. Back then, when his wife, Jingqiu's soul was on the verge of dissipating, he felt that the entire world had lost its color. In his heart, Dongbua Shueing's feelings towards his master, whom he had never truly met or had a proper conversation with, were much weaker. But he still respected this master a lot. Strictly speaking, the only time he truly chatted with his master, Guqi, was when he inherited the inheritance in his hometown Cosmos. That time, the incarnation of his master remained there. At that time, the incomparably huge incarnation of the Cosmos God spoke a whole bunch of things. Who would have thought that I, Guqi, would actually have a disciple? The feeling of having a disciple is really weird. This is also my first time accepting a disciple, and I don't know how to teach a disciple. Until now, you haven't even greeted me as your master, right? Even though I didn't teach you much, and the Walker's hidden secret wasn't created by me, I have still imparted the Tao to you. I have also imparted a protective treasure to you. That time, the huge incarnation of the cosmos god looked at his disciple. Disciple Dongbua Shuang greets master. Dongbua Shuang acknowledged him as his master. The huge incarnation of the cosmos god laughed at that time. Hence, on the path of cultivation, Dongbua Shuang had an additional master called Gu Qi. He had never seen his true body before, and Gu Qi finally had a disciple. He was also his only disciple. Previously, when he fought with Lei Yan, his name had spread across the 5 great sacred worlds. His teacher Gu Qi knew about it too. He even knew that Shuang cultivated both the imperial dragon inheritance and cinnabar inheritance through the scenes of the battle. He had even sent over the materials required to cultivate these 2 inheritances. That time, he only left behind a recording. Haha, the only disciple of Gu Qi is so formidable. I really wish to flaunt it in front of the other old fellows. It's a pity that you are my disciple, and this matter has to be kept a secret. It isn't suitable for me to meet you. Once this trouble is over, we, teacher and disciple, will meet again and drink a few cups of wine. Cultivate properly and don't slack off. All right, I won't say any more. That recording was simple. Dongbua Shuang had once thought that when he became stronger, and when there was no longer a need to keep his identity as Gu Qi's disciple a secret, he would pay a visit to his teacher and have a good chat with him. Dongbua Shuang stood there. He felt terrible in his heart. He could feel that his teacher Gu Qi was truly concerned about him. He was even afraid that Dongbua Shuang would be implicated and had kept their teacher-disciple relationship a secret. This world was vast and boundless, but how many of them truly loved him from the bottom of their hearts and treated him as a relative? But now one of them was gone. AI. Forefather Tian Yu Side 2. Cosmos Gods. Since the primitive ancient sacred world until now, only a few cosmos gods had emerged. Even though some had died, the fall of every single cosmos god was a world-shaking event. Forefather Tian Yu might be stronger than Gu Qi, but he was merely at the 3rd level. Over a long period, the 2 were good friends. Now that Gu Qi had died, he felt sorrowful. 1. Forefather Tian Yu flipped his hand, causing a piece of golden square seal to appear. Dongbua Shuang, Forefather Tian Yu said, your teacher should know that he has truly offended Sacred Master. Given the temperament of Sacred Master, it is impossible for him to let this matter rest. Even though he was thinking of ways to preserve his life, it would be hard for him to survive if Sacred Master went crazy. Thus, he left all his treasures with his teacher, Void Primogenitor. Even if he died, he would not let Sacred Master benefit from it. After having you as his only disciple, he left behind an order that if he died, you would inherit all his treasures. Void Primogenitor sent it over, and now it is yours. Forefather Tian Yu said. Dongbua Shuang looked at that piece of golden square seal in the hand of Forefather Tian Yu. He felt terrible in his heart. His teacher Gu Qi had clearly treated him as a relative by leaving the treasures to him. This shouldn't be the case. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. This shouldn't be the case. That time, teacher had been fleeing for his life and drifting in the primal chaos void. At that time, he did not have the protection of Wu Zu. He could escape for a long period by himself, and even Sacred Master could not kill him. With the help of Wu Zu, why did he die instead? Chapter 939. He could survive for so long even though he was fleeing for his life, yet he died despite being protected by Wu Zu. That is the truth. Forefather Tian Yu softly shook his head. AI, that time when your teacher was heavily injured and escaped. Sacred Master had chased after your teacher several times, yet he failed every single time. Sacred Master thought that your teacher would die after suffering such heavy injuries, and was not willing to pay such a huge price. But your teacher is a void walker, and his life force is incredibly strong. He managed to recover over the years. Even though the 2 great religions have a total of 3 cosmos gods, Only Sacred Master could threaten the life of your teacher. Your teacher was not willing to remain vigilant at all times, which was why he ultimately asked for help from Wuzu. Dongbo Shui Ing listened carefully. Of the two great religions, the Ancestor Mother religion only had a single cosmos god, Ancestor Mother. But that was in existence second only to Sacred Master, and could fight against Sacred Master directly. Other than Sacred Master, the ancient sacred religion had another cosmos god, Lightning God Master. Lightning God Master was the only cultivator who became a cosmos god out of the many cultivators loyal to Sacred Master. Of course, he was merely at the third level. To many cosmos gods, he posed little threat. When your teacher was escaping, he was constantly vigilant. The moment he sensed an attack, he would immediately activate his survival treasures. Furthermore, he would immediately teleport through an ultra-long distance. Forefather Tianyu said, even though his strength is far from Sacred Master's, cosmos gods usually have one or two survival treasures. Those without would ask Wu Zu to refine one for them. Most would be able to resist for a few moments. He became a cosmos god through the Void Walker lineage. In the Void aspect, the Void primogenitor is ranked first, and he is ranked second. Naturally, he is above Sacred Master. Thus, your teacher was able to resist against the sneak attacks from Sacred Master several times. He then used an ultra-long distance void teleportation to escape. In terms of escaping, he is quite amazing. It's just that he did not dare to relax at all times. It is too tiring. Forefather Tianyu sighed. In the end, Wu Zu helped him. Forefather Tianyu said, Wu Zu specialized in arrays the most. The arrays he constructed for your teacher are something that even Sacred Master would need a few breaths of time to break. And the myriad ancient sacred world was created by Wu Zu Jiazu. As long as the array was attacked, Wu Zu would be able to rush over immediately. With Wu Zu blocking him, the Sacred Lord has no hope of killing your master. Logically speaking, your master should be very safe. What a pity! Your teacher had offended the Saint Master so much that the Saint Master spared no expense to use the origin power of the ancient saint incarnation to create the Netherworld Jade Spear. The Netherworld Jade Spear instantly pierced through the Sorcerer Ancestor's array and pierced your teacher's body. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Everything happened in an instant. Even when your master activated his life-preserving treasure, it was still penetrated and he died on the spot. Ancient Sage Incarnation Nether Jade Spear? Dongbo Shui Ing asked. These involve some secrets. Only a portion of primal chaos existences know about it. Forefather Tianyu said, you should know that the Saint Master had started multiple wars, but his territory, the ancient sacred world, had to be guarded. The Lightning God Master was unable to do so with his strength. Make a guess when his true body was fighting outside, who was guarding the ancient sacred world. Dongbo Shui Ing was startled. That's right. With the hatred between the three great sacred worlds and the two great religions, if the ancient sacred world did not have any absolute experts guarding it, it would have long been destroyed. We have to talk about the ancient cultivation techniques of the Saint Master. Forefather Tianyu said, there are strong and weak ancient cultivation talents. The talent of the Saint Master allowed one of his incarnations to become the faith core of the entire religion. He was able to convert the faith into the origin power of the primal chaos void. The origin power is a power that is even more terrifying than the cosmos god energy. Over the long years, countless faith would be converted to strengthen that incarnation. His true body would also become stronger as a result. According to our judgment during the battle, that incarnation of his is comparable to his true body. This incarnation is formed from the convergence of countless origin power. It is the faith core of the entire ancient sacred religion. We call it the Ancient Saint Incarnation. The Ancient Saint Incarnation emits light day and night, illuminating the entire ancient sacred world. Countless life forms have faith in him. He has even become one with the entire ancient sacred world. He is even stronger within the ancient sacred world, and we are unable to destroy the ancient sacred world. Dongbu Shui nodded. And the Saint Master has an extremely powerful technique. It is to refine the origin power accumulated by the ancient saint incarnation into weapons and treasures. Of course, these weapons and treasures are one-time use. Once the origin power within is used up, it will disappear. Forefather Tianyu said, the underworld jade spear is an extremely famous technique. A single underworld jade spear would probably exhaust 10% to 20% of the origin power of the ancient saint incarnation. One must know that the ancient saint incarnation has to maintain at least half of the origin power. Otherwise, its power would drop. Who knows how long Sacred Master has been accumulating this 20% of origin power? He has no other choice, and he hates your master to the extreme. That's why he did this. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Why does he hate me so much? Dongbu Shuiying could not help but ask. Forefather Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Because there were too many secrets behind this, he still replied vaguely. There are too many implications. All you know is that he caused the Saint Master's plan to go to waste. In the past, the Saint Master could not bear to use his origin power. However, his plan failed. Just to vent his anger, he used the underworld jade spear to destroy the Wu Zuzure and kill Guqi. Clearly, the Saint Master is no longer as patient as he was in the past. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. This is what your master left for you. Keep it well. With a thought from Forefather Tianyu, the golden seal flew in front of Dongbu Shuiying. Dongbu Shuiying looked at the golden seal. He stretched out his hand and started refining it. As he was refining it, a voice entered his ears. Disciple, I'm afraid that I'm already dead. Don't be sad. I've been hiding within the Wu Zuzure. The Saint Master would definitely have to pay a huge price to kill me. Also, remember that you can forget about taking revenge for me. With your strength, the Saint Master can exterminate you with just a breath. I, Guqi, only have you as my disciple. Cultivate properly and help me gain some faith. Wait until you become a cosmos god. And at the second level at that time, you can announce to the public that you are the disciple of I, Guqi. Before that, the matter of you being my disciple must be kept a secret. The voice dissipated. Dongbu Shuiying held onto the golden seal and remained silent for a long time. That day will come. Many cultivators in the 5 great sacred worlds and primal chaos void will know that I, Dongbu Shuiying, am the disciple of Void Walker Guqi. Dongbu Shuiying thought in his heart. Also, I'll definitely take revenge for you. I know I'm weak, but there will be a day when I'm strong enough to fight against the Saint Master. He checked the golden seal. The golden seal was by itself a cosmos-graded Eden treasure. There were many rare treasures within. After all, this was all the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. Even though Guqi was only a 3rd-level cosmos god, and his foundation was weaker than Forefather Tianyu and Void Primogenitor. Adding up all the treasures, Dongbu Shuiying could deduce that they were worth a total of 360,000 origin world rocks. That was truly terrifying. Forefather, Dongbu Shuiying waved his hand, causing a piece of black stone and a fiery red armor to be taken out by him. The black stone was about the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space immediately collapsed. Furthermore, the scale of the collapse was extending outwards. Dongbu Shuiying immediately controlled his law domain to suppress the power of this piece of stone. And after the fiery red armor appeared, Dongbu Shuiying extended his hand to grab it. This armor seemed ordinary, yet it was ridiculously heavy. Even with Dongbu Shuiying being a void walker and cultivating an imperial dragon inheritance, he felt his arm trembling slightly when he grabbed it. If it were any heavier, He might not be able to grab it. These two treasures are the most precious. I hope Forefather can help me keep them. If I, Dongbo Shuang, were to accidentally lose my life, I can't let the enemy take advantage of me. Dongbo Shuang said, these were treasures that only cosmos gods could use, and it was meaningless for him to bring them along. All right. Forefather Tianyu nodded. How about this? I'll help you keep them. These two treasures will be valued at 300,000 Origin World rocks. In the future, if you purchase any more expensive treasures, and it isn't suitable for you to appear, you can just find me to buy them for you. You can deduct it from this 300,000 Origin World rocks. Many thanks, Forefather. Dongbo Shuang immediately said. That day, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master brought Dongbo Shuang back to the Blade Emperor City. Being the teacher of the convention, he still had a responsibility. Within the Blade Emperor City, there were many cavern dwellings in 2s and 3s. These were specially prepared for the esteemed guests of the Blade Emperor City to stay in. The Primal Chaos Giants stayed here too, and Dongbo Shuang stayed here too. When Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master returned side by side. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Elder Dongbo, come over quickly. There were 3 Primal Chaos Giants currently drinking and chatting at the peak of a small mountain. Seeing Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master flying across the sky, they immediately called out. Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master naturally could not ignore them. They immediately descended over. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, have you heard? Something huge has happened. Void Walker Senior Gu Qi has died. He was killed by Sacred Master. What? Senior Gu Qi is dead? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was startled. Even though he brought Dongbo Shuang back, he did not know about this matter. Senior Gu Qi is under the protection of Wu Zhu in the myriad ancient sacred world. How could he die? I don't know much now. I've also just heard that Senior Gu Qi has died. I'm not sure how Sacred Master killed him. He should have paid a huge price. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the 3 Primal Chaos Giants immediately began discussing. They were making all sorts of guesses. Dongbo Shuang did not interrupt them. He only listened silently. The 4 Primal Chaos Giants did not care too much about it. In their opinion, Dongbo Shuang, who had cultivated for a short period and was merely at the Unity Realm, should have little understanding of the battles between final realm existences. But they did not know Dongbo Shuang, who stood by their side, was the only disciple of Gu Qi. Chapter 940. Gu Qi was a cosmos god that stood high above in the 5 great sacred worlds of the primal chaos void. His fall had shocked these primal chaos giants too. They could even faintly smell the scent of war. Senior Gu Qi is a void walker and is extremely proficient in escaping. Even he was killed. Saint Lord is so crazy. Could it be that he wants to start another war? More and more destruction devils are emerging at the boundary of the void. Everyone says that this piece of primal chaos void is getting closer and closer to destruction. Is it because Sacred Master is losing his patience? This lunatic, it's all because of him. Including Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, the 4 Primal Chaos Giants were discussing among themselves. When they mentioned the Sacred Master, they were gritting their teeth. Other than Sacred Master, there were other great devils like Ancestor Mother, but the threat of other devils was limited. Only Sacred Master was recognized as a first-level cosmos god. He transcended all other cosmos gods. If the 3 great sacred worlds did not unite against him, the entire primal chaos void would be ruled by the Sacred Master. A long time ago, during the era of the primitive ancient saint world, the Sacred Master had already started multiple wars and had almost conquered the entire primitive ancient saint world. But in the end, they fought until the primitive ancient sacred world shattered. Even though many cosmos gods fell, Sacred Master remained standing at the peak. Be it the era of the primitive ancient sacred world or the era of the primal chaos void, even though the sacred master had stirred up wars, he had failed every single time. Clearly, in terms of overall strength, we have the upper hand. In the discussion, inquisitive Heavenly Palace Master looked at Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua, you should go back first. I didn't expect to hear such terrible news the moment I returned to Saber Imperial City. The other 3 primal chaos realm experts also spoke. Elder Dongbua, you should go back and rest first. You don't have to worry. Every single cosmos god has reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect. Even the sacred master would find it hard to kill any one of them. Even if the sky collapses, there are still cosmos gods. The cosmos gods can naturally deal with everything. In their eyes, Dongbua Shuang was ultimately only at the Unity Realm. Furthermore, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. Thus, he probably had very little understanding of the battles of the higher realms. Thus, Dongbua Shuang consoled him. But it was different for them at the primal chaos realm. They were the group of existences closest to the cosmos god realm, and knew many secrets of the highest level. Fellow cultivators, I'll be returning first. Dongbua Shuang immediately left, leaving behind the 4 primal chaos experts to continue their discussion. Swoosh! Streaking across the sky, Dongbua Shuang soon arrived at his cave abode and dove down. When the 2 guards at the entrance of the cave saw Dongbua Shuang descending, they hurriedly bowed and greeted. Elder! Yes. With a calm expression, Dongbua Shuang entered the cave abode. The elder doesn't seem to be the same as before. Is he in a bad mood? The 2 guards looked at each other and muttered to themselves. As Dongbua Shuang walked in the cave abode, the maids and servants greeted him along the way. Elder. When a serving girl saw Dongbua Shuang from afar, she hurriedly stopped and greeted respectfully. I'll be in seclusion for a few days. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Dongbua Shuang ordered coldly. Yes. The maid immediately responded. Dongbua Shuang turned around and entered the quiet room at the side. Rumble. The door to the quiet room closed, and the incense was lit up. A faint fragrance permeated the entire room. Dongbua Shuang waved his hands, and a silver silk praying mat appeared beside him. He then sat down cross-legged. The formless coolness of the silver silk praying mat permeated his entire body. The incense in the room also calmed his heart. Who? Dongbua Shuang let out a long breath. Stretching out his left hand, a golden seal appeared in his palm. Looking at the golden seal, killing intent radiated from Dongbua Shuang's face. Ridiculous. So what if I'm angry? In front of the Saint Master, I'm nothing but an ant. Dongbua Shuang kept the golden seal as he tried his best to calm his heart. Given his cultivation heart, he was able to calm himself down gradually. However, the anger and killing intent in his heart was unable to dissipate in a short period of time. He could only forcefully suppress it. Suppress and suppress again. He suppressed it deep in his heart, because taking revenge for his master was something that was destined to happen in the distant future. Teacher, I'm your only disciple. If I don't take revenge for you, who else would? Dongbua Shuang thought. His grand teacher, Void Primogenitor, should be furious too. But Void Primogenitor was ultimately a 3rd-level cosmos god and could barely protect himself. Without reaching the 2nd level of strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Saint Master directly. Even though the road is long, I'll take it step by step. Dongbua Shuang became calmer and calmer. After that, he began cultivating. The death of Gu Qi made Dongbua Shuang understand that he could not slack off. Even though there were only 10,000 years left until the end of the Star Convention, he was prepared to leave behind a few hundred years to guide those junior cultivators. During the remaining time, he would focus on cultivating. He did not hesitate to focus on the fusion of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter killing move. He had to step into the 7th level of Star Pagoda. If he wanted to wrestle with the sacred master and threaten him, he had to be ruthless to himself. Even though his Tao of Mirage was very close to the primal chaos realm, and he could grasp it after some time, stepping into the 7th level at the Unity realm before reaching the primal chaos realm would be beneficial to his comprehension ability and other aspects. It would also increase his chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm. His target was not the primal chaos realm, but the final realm of Cosmos God that was sufficient to threaten the existence of the sacred master. Naturally, grasping the supreme law was also the final goal of the laws and profound mystery system. But that was illusory. Dongbua Shui only remembered it in his heart and did not dare to think too much about it temporarily. He just had to walk along the path beneath his feet. Perhaps only after reaching the Cosmos God realm would he understand more about the supreme law. Dongbua Shui sat cross-legged. He focused all his attention on the absolute move he was researching. Pushing a single Tao of Mirage or a single Tao of Slaughter to the 6th floor of Star Tower was his limit. Only by fusing the two would he be able to increase his power further. The path of Dark World Master isn't feasible. It should be according to the method I comprehended previously. I should split the destruction and slaughter into 3 parts. All sorts of thoughts were forming in the mind of Dongbua Shui. His research on this move had already reached an extremely high realm. It was just that he was lacking something and had not perfected it. Just like the sky punishment edge in the past, if he did not have the heart realm of my heart as the world, it was impossible for him to execute this move. Similarly, if he wanted to create a heaven-defying move on the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity realm, even though he had researched and accumulated sufficient experience, he had to reach absolute, grand perfection before he could execute it. He could not be lacking even a single strand. Maybe I should do it this way. Shui attempted it once again. At this moment, he suppressed the killing intent deep in his heart, causing him to slightly modify this move, causing it to be even more murderous. But at the same time, it was also more suppressed and reserved. It was like a peerless painter had painted a masterpiece in a certain state of mind. At this moment, Shui Ying's heart realm allowed him to modify this move by a tiny bit. It was this tiny bit that allowed this move to reach a different level of absolute perfection. For a supreme move like this, other than the accumulation of comprehension, it also required some other opportunities. Clearly, Dongbua Shui Ying's current heart realm was filled with killing intent, but he was suppressing it in his heart. He was also extremely calm while cultivating such a state of mind allowed him to perfectly execute this move. The illusory world was faintly discernible. In the center of this illusory world, there was a black flower bud. It seemed very young and had 3 leaves. There were even water droplets on the leaves. When Dongbua Shui Ying formed the illusory world with a single thought, the black flower bud did not collapse. Instead, it naturally emitted an indescribable intent. It had not even descended from the illusory world into reality. Just by being born in the illusory world, the formless laws of the world had already started to spread and affect reality. Within the cultivation room, the original operating laws of the sacred world were forced to retreat in front of it. Like cosmos gods, their techniques could even shatter the sacred world. Primal chaos realm giants might not be able to reach this stage, but it was sufficient to force the laws of the sacred world to retreat in a small region. Here, I am the master, and the laws of the sacred world have to retreat. And clearly this black flower bud was so terrifying that it could reach this stage, descend into reality. The eyes of Dongbua Shui Ying brightened. The black flower bud turned from illusory to reality. Furthermore, under the control of Dongbua Shui Ying, it was devouring the world energy at a relatively slow pace. After all, he was experimenting and not fighting. If he were to rapidly devour the world energy during a battle, it would be sufficient to form a violent maelstrom around his cavern dwelling. That would be too huge of a disturbance. As it gradually devoured the world energy, it became more and more real. Its 3 leaves, the surface of the flower bud, and the rolling water droplets on the leaves were all very real. Furthermore, the surrounding temperature was rapidly falling. The temperature of the cultivation room had fallen to a stage that made people's hearts tremble. This coldness would most likely freeze ordinary Unity realm experts to death. Cold, absolutely cold, this was merely the moment it descended into reality. Its true power had yet to be released. Chapter 941. 10 breaths of time later, the black flower bud was completely formed. The temperature of the entire cultivation room dropped to an unfathomable level. But that was all. The black flower bud floated in midair. Other than the coldness, it did not have any other power. But any Unity Realm expert who faced this black flower bud, even if they could resist against the coldness, would still feel fear in their hearts. Fear of the threat contained within the flower bud. I finally succeeded. Dongbua Shue-ing walked to the front of the floating black flower bud. He looked at the 3 leaves. The dew on the leaves and the flower bud made Dongbua Shue-ing feel the beauty of the laws and profound mysteries, perfectly fusing the slaughter into the mirage. Dongbua Shue-ing muttered, "Bloom, destruction flower." Dongbua Shue-ing's eyes were filled with expectation. He stared at this floating black flower bud. Finally, the flower bud bloomed, and it was the most beautiful when it bloomed. It had 3 petals, and the moment it bloomed, the 3 leaves and the 3 black petals began to collapse, turning into a black mist that swirled madly towards the center. Every single leaf and petal converged into a strand of black fog. A total of 3 strands of black fog revolved, cutting and destroying everything. The void was annihilated and everything was destroyed. It might seem ordinary, but its power was extremely reserved. If one was at the core of the destruction, one would feel how horrifying it was. Great destruction. Dongbua Shue-ing watched everything. His eyes were filled with infatuation. Only when he truly comprehended it would he know how beautiful it was. I can actually create such a move. Dongbua Shue-ing muttered. He created it himself. The more he experienced it, the more shocked he felt. It was too beautiful. The Tao of mirage and Tao of slaughter had been unleashed to the pinnacle, and their fusion was perfect. A strand more would be too much, and a strand less would be too little. Regardless of the concept, composition, or fusion of profound mysteries, everything was perfect. Dongbua Shue-ing felt that even cosmos gods had a hard time creating such a move. Just like the 13 apocalyptic swords, the peak of the Unity Realm was the 6th floor of Star Tower. Of course, this was under the precondition that Forefather Tianyu only used the profundities of the Tao of Slaughter. However, even if it was Forefather Tianyu, it would be extremely difficult for him to use the different laws and profundities of the Unity Realm to create the 7th floor of Star Tower. Clearly, Forefather Tianyu wasn't willing to spend too much effort on this, and Unity Realm experts were far weaker than Cosmos gods in terms of soul strength and deduction. To create the move of the 7th floor of Star Tower required some luck. Yes, luck. He was lucky to be able to create it, because he had obtained the mysterious treasure, Stone Mirror. The Stone Mirror was able to deduce the fusion of Cinnabar's inheritance and Imperial Dragon's inheritance. This allowed Dongbua Shue-ing to have a direction and a guide, and the influence of his teacher Guqi's death on his heart realm was also the inducement for him to create this move. It's just that compared to creating this move, Dongbua Shue-ing hoped that his teacher Guqi was still alive. He hoped that he could meet his teacher one day, drink a few cups of wine with him, and chat with him. The 7th level of Star Tower. In the history of the 2 great sacred worlds, there were only 2 who reached this stage. Dongbua Shue-ing sighed. Even though he had luck, he had to accumulate more. He had to reach the peak of the 6th floor of Star Tower in terms of realm, and he had to accumulate incomparably deep. Only with some fortuitous encounters and other opportunities could he reach this stage. When he reached this stage, Dongbua Shui-ing felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He was also better at appreciating the beauty of the laws and profound mysteries. This was how one's comprehension ability increased. Creating such a move was a transformation of one's mortal body and bones. In the future, when he created a move, he would naturally pursue this beauty. This beauty was something that could only be achieved after reaching a grand perfection. Because he had experienced it before, he would pursue it even more clearly. Hence, reaching the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm was easy for him to reach the Primal Chaos Realm. The 8th level Star Pagoda was easy for him, and he would usually reach the peak of the 8th level after spending some time. If he accumulated enough, the chances of him breaking through to the 9th level would be huge. I shall call this flower the Destruction Flower then. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. This was an absolute art he created. One was a pure Tao of mirage, absolute art mirage, and the other was an absolute art that fused the Tao of mirage with the Tao of slaughter, the Destruction Flower. He believed that once he stepped into the Primal Chaos Realm, his Tao of mirage and Tao of slaughter would improve, and the Destruction Flower would easily reach the 8th level. This was the gap. Even Ancestor Devil had to rely on his 6 incarnations to barely reach the 8th level after reaching the Primal Chaos Realm. As for Heaven Weeping Sect Master, he was merely at the peak of the 7th level. As long as Dongbua Shui-ing broke through, he would soon reach the 8th level, or even the peak of the 8th level. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shui-ing was trying his best to reach the 7th level at the Unity Realm. I should spend some time to deduce the 4th style of Mirage. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. The 4th style of Mirage was a move from the 6th floor of Star Tower. It was similar to the Sky Punishment Edge, but it had a binding effect. To other Daos, it was hard to have a binding effect, but to the Mirage it was a world by itself, and it specialized in binding. The reason why he did not create it was because Dongbua Shui-ing was mainly focused on fusing the Tao of Slaughter with the Tao of Mirage. Now that he had created the Destruction Flower, which also had a binding effect, deducing the pure Tao of Mirage from the 6th floor of Star Tower was much simpler. Dongbua Shui-ing was temporarily in closed-door cultivation. Those talented cultivators came to seek guidance from him, but none of them were able to do so. I never thought that it would be so difficult to seek guidance from Elder Dongbua. These talented cultivators sighed inwardly. For example, General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, General Heavenlight, and 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor. They could visit their friends whenever they wanted. It was already good enough for them to come out and give them some pointers. Dongbua Shui-ing was very passionate in the past, but after experiencing the incident with his master Guqi, Dongbua Shui-ing placed more attention on himself. His own strength was the most important thing. Pointers? That was enough. At this moment, nobody knew that in the 5 great sacred worlds of the Primal Chaos Void, a Unity Realm expert had finally appeared in this era, the 7th floor of Star Tower. Blade Emperor City, Xinghua Emperor's cave dwelling. Xinghua Sun, he was also staying here. Greetings, Senior Heart Imitation, Senior Heavenlight. Xinghua Sun, he greeted obediently. No need to be so polite. Heart Imitation Religious Master smiled. Xinghua Sun, he retreated to his father's back and stood there obediently. Xinghua Emperor, Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Heavenlight, and the rest sat down. Each of them had a long table in front of them. Xinghua Emperor personally waved his hand, and a flask of good wine was served. The maids also prepared some delicacies, most of which were bought from the famous restaurants in Blade Emperor City. Both sides drank and laughed as they discussed many things. They even talked about Guqi being killed by Sacred Master. When the wine was almost finished and the sky had turned dark, Heart Imitation Religious Master said, "Brother Xinghua, I came with General Heaven Light today because my Blade Emperor City feels that your son Xing Huasun Yi's cultivation talent is extremely high. In such a short period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He is suitable to enter my Blade Emperor City. The final 10 of the Star Convention could enter any of the 6 great sacred grounds. But the 6 great sacred grounds would not foolishly wait for them to choose. They would take the initiative to invite those with dazzling potential. In this Star Convention, from what they saw, the one with the highest potential was Xing Huasun Yi. He was ranked first in the final battle and had risen rapidly in such a short period of time. They believed that there would be an explosive period in the future. Song Cheong Tianyin might be comparable in strength, but he was already at the 4th level Star Pagoda when he participated in the Star Convention. His improvement was comparatively slower. Of course, General Heaven Light would invite Song Cheong Tianyin too, but Heart Imitation Religious Master would not appear. Only Xing Huasun Yi and Heart Imitation Religious Master would come personally. Sun Yi, what do you think? Xing Hua Emperor turned to Xing Huasun Yi. I don't plan on joining the Blade Emperor City. Xing Huasun Yi answered. Xing Hua Emperor laughed involuntarily. This son of his, if it were a rogue cultivator, he would likely say, I have to think carefully before making a decision, instead of directly rejecting him. After all, Heart Imitation Religious Master and one of the teachers of the convention, General Heaven Light, had come personally. It would be unsightly if he directly rejected him. If he was tactful, Heart Imitation Religious Master and the others would understand. Xing Huasun Yi stood obediently by the side. He did not say anything after finishing. With a father like Xing Hua Emperor, he was used to being direct. Heart Imitation Religious Master softly shook his head. He chuckled. Of the 6 great holy grounds, my Blade Emperor City is the strongest in terms of strength and foundation. If you don't join the Blade Emperor City, where are you planning to join? Great Void Heaven Temple. Xing Huasun Yi did not hesitate. General Heaven Light sneered from the side. Great Void Heaven Temple? Little fellow, you are still too young. That Primogenitor Island and Nacrolite, Holy Ground, both have 2nd level cosmos gods. My Blade Emperor City has the deepest foundation, and Blade Emperor is also the strongest expert among the 6 great holy grounds. And the Great Void Heaven Temple is barely 4th in terms of strength. If Lord Lo Ching of Star City is willing to accept disciples and expand his influence, the Great Void Heaven Temple can only be considered 5th. Lord Lo Ching was a legend among primal chaos existences. It's a pity he did not accept disciples. The Star City also had the least experts among the 6 great holy grounds. Without Lord Lo Cheng guiding him personally, he might as well join another holy ground. I plan to become the disciple of Elder Dong Bo of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Xing Huasun Yi said. Dongbo Shuang. Heart Imitation Religious Master was slightly enlightened because of the Tao of Mirage. Yes, Xing Huasun Yi nodded. I wish to study the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. General Heaven Light chuckled. Then there is no need for you to join them. The 6 great holy grounds have all basic scriptures. Their Great Void Heaven Temple has yet to reach the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage. All the scriptures related to the Tao of Mirage are relatively ordinary, and we have them here. You can also read them to your heart's content. You are currently at the 4th level Star Pagoda, and after accumulating a little more, you will reach the 5th level Star Pagoda. You aren't much weaker than Dongbo Shuang, so why is there a need for you to take him as your teacher? Who knows, when you reach the primal chaos realm in the future, he might still be stuck at the 6th floor of Star Tower. For the sake of a mere Dongbo Shuang, there is no need for you to join the Great Void Heaven Temple. Heart Imitation Religious Master added, You have to rely on yourself in the path of cultivation. The gap between you and him isn't that big. Since that's the case, why don't you study and rely on yourself? Perhaps you might be able to walk further. As for Dong Buishuang, he is indeed outstanding now, but what Heaven Light said is logical too. He is stuck at the 6th floor of Star Tower, and that is normal. There is no need for you to take him as your teacher. If you are willing, I can accept you as my disciple. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. Xing, Hu Emperor, was startled when he heard that. Heart Imitation Religious Master? This was an existence who got through the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm, and was currently at the 9th level Star Pagoda. Even though he did not cultivate the Tao of Mirage, his experience was sufficient for him to guide Xing Huasun Yi. How is it? Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at Xing Huasun Yi. This was also the reason why he came personally. Many thanks for Senior's kind intentions, but I have decided to take Elder Dongbua as my teacher. Xing Huasun Yi shook his head. His eyes were firm. Heart Imitation Religious Master was startled. Chapter 942. Heart Imitation Religious Master was quite fond of Xing Huasun Yi. It wasn't because of his background, but because Xing Huasun Yi was merely at the 2nd level Star Pagoda in the past 500 billion years. Yet, during the Star Convention, Xing Huasun Yi's strength soared. This piqued Heart Imitation Religious Master's curiosity. He did not believe in digging out one's potential. Instead, he believed that there must be some special reasons behind it. For example, inner demons and inner tribulations. With Xing Huasun Yi's innate talent, comprehension ability, and background, it was impossible for him to remain low for so long under normal circumstances. Heart Imitation Religious Master was sure that there must be a special reason for this. The possibility of it being a heart demon or heart tribulation was very high. Even at the Unity Realm, his mental state would encounter a huge setback. Heart Imitation Religious Master was filled with anticipation. Maybe he would be suitable for the heart imitation technique that I created. Back then, he was also a peerless monster. In the history of the 2 great sacred worlds, there were only 2 Unity Realm experts who had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower. He, Heart Imitation Religious Master, was one of them. The technique he created was directed towards the soul. Hence, his spirit required more tempering and setbacks. Every time he rose up from a setback, his spirit would become even stronger. That was why he had his eyes on Xing Huasun Yi. Haha, think about it carefully. Before the Star Convention, you can become my disciple. Heart Imitation Religious Master immediately stood up. Beside him, General Tingguang stood up as well. Xing Hu Emperor also stood up and said, Brother Heart Elephant, Sun Yi is a little stubborn. Please don't mind him. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. It's good to be persistent. Heart Imitation Religious Master smiled calmly. He was quite open-minded. He felt that Lin Fan was a good seedling. However, if Lin Fan wasn't willing to take him as his master, he wouldn't force him either. After all, in the eyes of such a peerless powerhouse, the disciple was merely the inheritor of his ultimate technique. To be able to obtain his inheritance was the disciple's luck. If they couldn't get it, it was because they didn't have the luck to do so. Xing Huasun Yi, General Tingguang, snorted coldly. Think about it carefully. It's extremely rare for Heart Imitation Religious Master to accept a disciple. If you don't acknowledge him as your disciple and instead acknowledge Dong Buishuang when he is stuck at the Unity Realm, it would be too late for you to regret it. Xing Huasun Yi went silent. Humph. General Tingguang followed behind Heart Imitation Religious Master and headed out. Very soon, within the courtyard, Xing Hu Emperor and his son Xing Huasun Yi returned. Sit down. Xing Hu Emperor sat there and poured himself a cup of wine. There was a rare smile on his face. Father. Xing Huasun Yi obediently sat by the side. I never expected that my son would one day make heart imitation religious master take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Xing Hu Emperor said, I am quite satisfied that you are able to stick to your decision. However, I have to tell you, heart imitation is truly a monstrous talent. The heart imitation lineage that he created belongs to a special cultivation system. Special cultivation system? Xing Huisin, he was puzzled. Other than the ancient cultivation system, the laws and profound mystery system, the strongest warrior system, the hex cultivation system, the ancestor mother cultivation system, the devour class system, and other common systems, there were other systems that had very few cultivators like the void walker system. There were also other systems that had even fewer cultivators. There were only a handful of them in the entire primal chaos void. The more special the system, the harder it would be to cross the threshold. Amen, his heart imitation lineage is a special system. According to what I know, there are only 2 cultivators in the primal chaos void system, him and his disciple, Emperor Nine Dragon. Xing Hu Emperor said. Xing Huisin, he was startled when he heard that. Emperor Nine Dragon? That was a famous expert in the Blade Emperor City. He was in existence at the peak of the 8th level star pagoda. This lineage directly cultivates the soul. Xing Hu Emperor said, hence, it is hard to cross the threshold. Usually, those who succeed will be able to step into the primal chaos realm, like Heart Imitation, Religious Master, and Emperor Nine Dragon. They have a group of disciples, but it's a pity that none of them have crossed the threshold. Heart Imitation, Religious Master should be accepting you as a disciple because he feels that you have the potential to do so. From how I see it, you should become his disciple and try cultivating the heart imitation lineage. At the same time, you can also cultivate the Tao of Mirage. That might be better for you. Xing Hu Emperor looked at his son. The Blade Emperor City was ultimately the head of the 6 great holy grounds. If a war were to break out, the Blade Emperor City would be safer than the Great Void Heaven Temple. I still choose to become the disciple of Elder Dong, Bo Xing Huisin, he said. Why? Xing Hu Emperor felt puzzled. I, Xing Huisin Yi, have decided to walk the Tao of Mirage in this life. On this path, Elder Dong Bo is the best teacher. Xing Huisin Yi said, not just the Blade Emperor City. Even the Jade Light, Sacred Territory, and Primogenitor Island invited him. Naturally, they were all rejected. What? Heart Imitation Religious Master personally accepted him as a disciple, yet he rejected him? He wants to become the disciple of Dong Bo Shuang? Many primal chaos giants who came to accept him as a disciple were rejected one after another. This news naturally spread across the participating primal chaos giants. When General Heavenlight was with other primal chaos giants, he even said, "Humph, that brat doesn't want to become the disciple of Heart Imitation Religious Master. Instead, he wants to become the disciple of a Unity Realm expert. Isn't this a joke?" In the eyes of the primal chaos giants, some felt that Xing Huisin Yi had a firm heart, but the majority felt that it was a joke. That was Heart Imitation Religious Master. Only after reaching the primal chaos realm could one understand how terrifying Heart Imitation Religious Master was. That was someone who opened a new cultivation system and could even fight with cosmos gods before leaving. Some even took the initiative to persuade Xing Hu Emperor when they met him, to which Xing Hu Emperor shook his head with a smile. He has made up his mind. Since I can't persuade him, then let him be. Within the cultivation room, Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged. His law domain engulfed the entire cultivation room. Currently, he had already reconstructed his law domain according to the newly created Destruction Flower. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Some primal chaos giants might not even have law domains as strong as Dongbua Shueing. The law of the sacred world had been forced out of the cultivation room. Slowly, Dongbua Shueing opened his eyes. The fourth style of mirage, frost hell, had long been created. Because the star convention was coming to an end, he was not in a rush to break through. Even though he felt that he could break through to the primal chaos realm after some time, the moment he broke through, he had to take the opportunity to consolidate his foundation. He had to perfect the ancient cultivation inheritance, absolute arts, and many other aspects. Instead, he spent some time researching the Voidwalker system and the plate ripple diagram. There are still 300 years before the end of the star convention. It is time for me to leave. Dongbua Shue Ing stood up. After the convention ends, I'll return to the Great Void Heaven Temple and enter closed-door cultivation before breaking through to the primal chaos realm. Hong Long Long, the door to the cultivation room opened. Dongbua Shue Ing walked out. Elder, there was a female attendant waiting outside the cultivation room. If any cultivators come to seek an audience, bring them to me. Dongbua Shue Ing said. 300 years in advance was prepared for those talented cultivators. Yes, the female attendant replied respectfully. Dongbua Shue Ing also informed Inquisitive Sky Hall Master that he had left closed-door cultivation. You are finally out? Do you know that many holy grounds have taken the initiative to invite that Xinghua Sun Yi? Even Heart Imitation Religious Master has taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. But it's a pity that it's useless. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master transmitted, he is determined to take you as his teacher no matter what. Several primal chaos giants who visited Xinghua Emperor tried to persuade that little fellow, but it's useless. He has decided to take you as his teacher. Ah, Dongbua Shue Ing was startled. There were many who wished to become Heart Imitation Religious Master's disciple. This brat is crazy about the Tao of Mirage. He is also talented. Dongbua Shue Ing chuckled. He is a good disciple. At that moment, Dongbua Shue Ing left his cavern dwelling and headed toward Xinghua Emperor's cavern dwelling. Within the courtyard of Xinghua Emperor's cavern dwelling. Elder Dongbua, it is rare for you to come to my place. Xinghua Emperor smiled as he sat down. By the side, Xinghua Sun Yi's eyes were brightening as he looked at Dongbua Shue Ing. I have been in closed-door cultivation previously. I only found out about what happened after I came out. Dongbua Shue Ing looked up at Xinghua Sun Yi by the side. Xinghua Sun Yi is talented too. The other holy grounds have taken the initiative to invite him. I am here to invite Xinghua Sun Yi to my Great Void Heaven Temple. If he is willing, he can become my disciple. Xinghua Sun Yi went forward and knelt down respectfully. Disciple greets teacher. He then kowtowed 3 times. All right. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded with a smile. Chapter 943. If Xinghua Sun Yi did not accept him as a disciple immediately after coming out of seclusion, Xinghua Sun Yi might take the initiative to take him as his master. That would not be good. After all, the other sacred grounds had taken the initiative to invite him. Even Heart Imitation Religious Master had taken the initiative to take him as a disciple. If he, Dongbua Shue Ing, were to wait for Xinghua Sun Yi to take him as his master, wouldn't he be slapping Heart Imitation Religious Master's face? He had to invite him like the other sacred grounds. If Xinghua Sun Yi chose the Great Void Heaven Temple of the 6 sacred grounds, nobody would say anything. Sun Yi, this brat is too rash. He has made things difficult for Elder Dongbua. Xinghua Emperor said, It's just a small matter. Dongbua Shue Ing was rather casual. He immediately asked Xinghua Sun Yi about his cultivation gains over the years. The master and disciple immediately started discussing the Tao of Mirage. Xinghua Emperor was inwardly shocked when he saw this. If it was any other Unity Realm expert, none of them would dare to take Xinghua Sun Yi as their disciple after being rejected by Heart Imitation Religious Master. But Dongbua Shue Ing accepted it very calmly. He did not show any agitation, nervousness, or any other emotions. He treated it as a very ordinary matter. For him to be so calm, either he was arrogant in his heart, or he truly had the confidence to do so. This elder Dongbua doesn't seem like an arrogant person. That means he has the confidence to step into the primal chaos realm? Xing, Hua Emperor, guessed inwardly. If he could really step into the primal chaos realm in such a short period of time, that would be too amazing. How long has he cultivated for? Xing Hua Emperor did not know. Dongbua Shueing had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm. It would not be difficult for him to reach the primal chaos realm. Not long later, he would be able to stand at the peak of the primal chaos realm. Even though he might not be as strong as Xing Hua Emperor, the difference wouldn't be too huge. Dongbua Shueing took the initiative to take him as a disciple. The news of Xing Hua's son entering the Great Void Heaven Temple and taking Dongbua Shueing as his master spread. He really became the disciple of that Unity realm brat. I really don't know what this Xing Hua's son is thinking. Instead of taking heart imitation religious master as his master, he would rather take a Unity realm expert as his master. Song Cheong Tianyin and the other genius cultivators who were also in the top 5 felt a little envious. This was because heart imitation religious master did not come to take them as disciples. Even if they joined the 6 holy lands, in order to become disciples of heart imitation religious master had to be willing. In a flash, the Star Convention had reached its final stage, and countless cultivators were rushing over from all over the place. This time, the number of cultivators who had arrived was much more than the number at the beginning of the convention, because today there would be a public lecture specially prepared for them. Countless ordinary cultivators might not be able to find guidance from a senior at the level of the conference's master in their entire lives. It was a great opportunity for Shueing to be able to listen to them speak about the Tao publicly. Perhaps a single touch might allow a true God ruler to become a void god and an origin birth realm expert to step into the Unity realm. Rumble! There were 10 huge names in midair beside the Star Tower. They were the 10 disciples that had been chosen in the final round of the Star Convention this time. They could choose any holy land to join, and they would be heavily nurtured as the core. On the enormous battle platform spanning 50,000 kilometers, Xing Huasun and the other 9 stood side by side. The 10 of you can choose which holy land to join. Heart imitation religious master said from the high platform, I'm willing to join the Great Void Heaven Temple. I'm willing to join the Blade Emperor City. I'm willing to join the Void God Temple. I'm willing to join the Blade Emperor City. Under the gazes of countless cultivators and the envious gazes of other genius cultivators, Xing Huasun and the others reported their names one by one. Actually, 3 of them had received the invitation beforehand, but publicly announcing which side they would join was part of the Star Convention's procedure. So, the 10 of them turned into streams of light and flew towards the high platform. They stood behind the teacher of the convention according to their choice. Behind Dongbua Shueing, there was only Xing Huasun Behind General Heavenlight, there were a total of 3, including Song Cheong Tianyin. Being the strongest of the 6 great holy lands, they would usually have the most people joining them in the Star Convention. It was very normal for 3 out of 10 to join. Sometimes it was exaggerated to say that 5 or 6 would join the Blade Emperor City. General Hatchet Palace Master also had 3 behind him. Clearly, General Hatchet Palace Master's influence was not ordinary. Behind Violet Slaughter Island Master was 1. Behind 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor were 2. They were both void creatures. Void creatures would usually choose the Void God Temple. As for Star City, no one chose it. Star City was the most unique of the 6 great holy lands. They would usually not send teachers for the convention, which was why there were only 5 teachers. Even if someone chose Star City, they would definitely regret it, because there were too few experts in Star City, it was hard to obtain good guidance. Wanting to obtain the guidance of the legendary Lord Lo Cheng was practically an extravagant hope. 5. Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at General Hatchet Palace Master and the other 4. Next, it will be time for everyone to publicly lecture on the Tao. After the Tao lecture, the convention will end. Previously, the competition of the General Assembly had all been between genius cultivators, but publicly lecturing on the Tao is something that many ordinary cultivators desire. Everyone, please do your best. According to logic, each Tao lecture will not be shorter than 3 days. Amen. General Hatchet Palace Master nodded. That is natural. General Heaven Light nodded. Violet Slaughter Island Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Dongbua Shueing had already made their preparations. Then, shall we begin with Elder Dongbua lecturing on the Tao? Heart Imitation Religious Master said. Dongbua Shueing chuckled as he stood up. It was normal. The 5 teachers of the convention would lecture on the Tao in accordance to their strength. General Hatchet Palace Master, who was the strongest, would naturally be the finale. A 9th level Star Pagoda existence lectured on the Tao, and General Hatchet Palace Master's attainments in certain aspects had reached the Cosmos God level. And the only Unity realm expert amongst the 5, Dongbua Shueing, would naturally be the first to lecture on the Tao. Who? After Dongbua Shueing stood up, his figure flashed and appeared in midair. He then walked down step by step until he reached the battle platform. At this moment, many cultivators were looking at Dongbua Shueing, who stood on the battle platform. I do want to see how strong this Dongbua Shueing is. Xinghua Sun isn't willing to take Heart Imitation Religious Master as his teacher. Yet he still wants to take him as his teacher? The primal chaos giants, watching from above, were prepared to listen carefully. The cultivators below were all holding their breaths as they listened attentively. Dongbua Shueing was wearing a white robe. He sat down cross-legged and swept his gaze across the cultivators below. He said, "This time I will be lecturing on the Tao, mainly about the illusory realm and slaughter." He had not only comprehended the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter to the 6th floor of Star Tower, he had even fused the Slaughter perfectly into the Mirage, creating a move that could reach the 7th floor of Star Tower. Dongbua Shueing was the most confident in his understanding of these two. Even though strictly speaking, he was the proudest of his Tao of Mirage, there are very few cultivators who specialized in the illusory realm. As for Slaughter, it was something many cultivators had researched on. After all, it was hard to avoid battles and slaughter when adventuring outside. Illusory realm slaughter? The genius cultivators below were slightly excited. They were very interested in slaughter. They wanted to listen to the illusory realm that gave them headaches. Even if they could not learn it, they could at least understand it. Amongst the primal chaos giants above, the thin male Bayun Palace Master sneered, "Slaughter? You dare to talk about slaughter? Very good. By then, don't blame me for smacking your face." Lecturing on the Tao was not a solo lecture. During the process, many cultivators would come and seek guidance from Dongbua Shueing. He would choose a portion of them to guide them one by one. There would even be experts who questioned him. "I cultivate the Imperial Dragon Inheritance, and what I specialize in is slaughter." Ba Yun Palace Master's eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, he was directly rejected and chased out by Dongbua Shueing. Ba Yun Palace Master was not someone with a good temper. Furthermore, during this period of time, Dongbua Shueing had been relatively dazzling. First, he chose Xinghua Sun to become the #1 disciple. Xinghua Sun rejected all the other disciples who took the initiative to take him as a disciple. Instead, he chose to become Dongbua Shueing's disciple. Ba Yun Palace Master was naturally unhappy when he saw how glorious Dongbua Shueing was. And this time, Dongbua Shueing was actually lecturing on slaughter. He was someone who mainly cultivated the Imperial Dragon Inheritance of Slaughter and had become a primal chaos giant. Humph, humph, humph. Ba Yun Palace Master immediately began listening attentively. Chapter 944. On the towering battle platform, Dongbua Shuai-ing sat cross-legged by himself. He faced the cultivators below and began lecturing on the Tao. The cultivators knew the etiquette. All of them sat down cross-legged. Some of the mutated beasts were also lying down. None of them made a sound. They were all obediently listening. At this moment, it would incur the wrath of the masses if one were to speak recklessly. Even if they spoke to each other, they would at most transmit their voices. He first lectured on the slaughter. Because there were many cultivators who comprehended the slaughter, Dongbua Shuai-ing started from the transcendent realm before extending it to the various branches of the slaughter lineage. Different branches would always talk about reaching the void god realm at the end. Shuai-ing's current realm was naturally at a strategically advantageous position. He could rapidly point out the different branches, causing many of the weaker cultivators to excitedly listen to him. Even some of the weaker deities, world deities, and true gods who were fortunate enough to come here were intoxicated listening to him. Even the cultivators who reached the void god realm were startled. It even gave them more comprehensions. Amazing! I have long become a void god. Yet who would have thought that there are so many ways to use the Tao of slaughter at the true god realm? Many of the listeners gained a new understanding of their own cultivation. There were even aura fluctuations of breakthroughs amongst the cultivators. This was normal too. It was common for cultivators to break through and gain enlightenment when listening to the public lecture on the Tao by the teachers of the Star Convention. After all, these cultivators at the bottom would not be able to obtain guidance from those at the top. For a total of 18 hours, Dongbua Shuai-ing lectured on the different branches of the Tao of slaughter from the transcendent to the void god realm. After that, Dongbua Shuai-ing began lecturing on the illusory realm again. Similarly, he lectured on the illusory realm from the transcendent realm all the way to the void god realm. He lectured on it for a total of 18 hours. The public lecture on the Tao had temporarily ended, and it was time for the cultivators to seek guidance. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now. Dongbua Shuai-ing stopped. He chuckled. His voice reverberated across the entire venue. Senior Dongbua. Thousands of cultivators who had been sitting cross-legged, lying down, or sitting cross-legged, stood up. According to the rules of the Star Convention, standing up during the lecture meant that they needed guidance. Those who stood up were practically all below the void god level, and there were only a dozen or so void gods. After all, the first stage of the Tao lecture was mainly for those at the lower levels. All of you, come up. Dongbua Shuai-ing manipulated the void and instantly took control of 300 cultivators. The weakest among them was just a child at the transcendent level, while the strongest was at the origin birth level. It was impossible for him to give pointers to everyone because there was a time limit to the lecture. Usually he would only give pointers to a few. Actually, giving pointers was enough. Many cultivators had similar problems. So, under the control of Dongbua Shuai-ing, the 300 cultivators flew onto the stage. All of them were excited. They were lucky to have the chance to learn from him. Senior Dongbua, the 300 cultivators, regardless of their race, all bowed respectfully. One by one, Dongbua Shuai-ing chuckled. His gaze landed on the weakest child, a slightly plump lass. This lass was slightly nervous. Her father was an attendant in a restaurant in Blade Emperor City. She was born in Blade Emperor City, and that was why she had the chance to listen to the lecture. In the sacred world, she was a transcendent at birth, and her intelligence was naturally high. But she could only understand a small portion of what Dongbua Shuai-ing said at the start, and could not understand the rest. Senior. The lass's voice was clear and sweet. She obediently bowed before asking. Time passed. Dongbua Shuai-ing spent 18 hours on the first stage of the Tao lecture. After that, he spent close to 20 hours guiding the 300 cultivators. Only then did he begin the second stage of the Tao lecture. The second stage mainly talked about the void god origin birth realm. He first talked about slaughter before talking about the illusory realm, but this time he only spent 24 hours. Later on, he also taught 300 cultivators, but it took him 40 hours. The third stage of the Tao lecture was about the void god unity realm. Many cultivators below were intoxicated as they listened. They felt even more admiration and respect towards Dongbua Shuang. Lecturing about the Tao required genuine knowledge. This senior Dongbua was the only unity realm expert amongst the 5 teachers of the convention, and his explanations were amazing, allowing them to comprehend more frequently. And the primal chaos giants above were also listening patiently because this was a Tao lecture prepared by the 6 great holy grounds for the ordinary cultivators. Dongbua Shuang is indeed the strongest unity realm expert in the 2 great sacred worlds. He also cultivates the laws and profound mystery system. His explanations are detailed and direct to the core. The primal chaos giants were also discussing with one another through voice transmissions. Indeed, in terms of Tao discussion, the laws and profound mystery system and the hex cultivation system were the best, and their explanations were clearer. Not bad. Even primal chaos giants might not be able to guide these ordinary cultivators, as well as this Dongbua Shuang. They were evaluating each other, and Ba Yun Palace Master, who had always wanted to find fault with them, was watching coldly. He felt unhappy in his heart. Even if he was not willing to admit it, he understood in his heart that Dongbua Shuang had taught many aspects that Ba Yun Palace Master had never thought of, because he only needed to improve the Imperial Dragon inheritance for the ancient cultivation. He has finally talked about the Unity Realm. The more profound the lecture, the easier it is for him to make a mistake. Ba Yun Palace Master was selfish and had a conceited personality. The better Dongbua Shuang performed in the Star Convention, the more unhappy he became. The ordinary cultivators below were too lazy to care about the disputes between the higher-ups. They only knew that this senior Dongbua's Tao lecture was of great help to them. All of them were immersed in listening. Even if they did not understand, they would rely on their memories to remember everything. It's just that when Dongbua Shuang lectured on the Tao, some scenes were too profound, and they could not remember them. Perhaps they could remember the content, and in the future, they could relive it again and again. Finally, as the Tao lecture got more profound, Dongbua Shuang's lecture on the Unity Realm Tao of Massacre had already reached the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. This was also the highest level of his Tao lecture. Amen. Ba Yun Palace Master's eyes suddenly lit up. What a joke. Those who are strong would naturally be able to lecture on the Tao easily. He is only at the 6th floor of Star Tower, and he dares to lecture on this level of Tao. As expected, I have discovered problem. The Unity Realm was much more complicated. Dongbua Shuang lectured for a total of 60 hours before stopping. If you have any doubts, you can come and ask me. Dongbua Shuang said. The cultivators below immediately stood up. Several tens of thousands of them were all at the Unity Realm. One must know that other than the locals of Blade Emperor City, it would not be easy for outsiders to rush over. Just the teleportation array fee alone was not low. Thus, those who could rush over from other places were usually strong and had reached the Unity Realm. Shuang then proceeded to pick out 300 of them. As long as he finished guiding these 300, his lecture on the Tao would be over. Elder Dongbua, I have some understanding of the Tao of slaughter. I hope for Elder Dongbua to guide me. A voice sounded. Dongbua Shuang, who was seated cross-legged on the battle platform, looked up. He saw a thin male stepping on the void and landing on the battle platform. This caused Dongbua Shuang to be slightly startled. It was him, Ba Yun Palace Master. Amen. Primal Chaos Realm. The cultivators below were slightly excited. During the public lecture on the Tao in the Star Convention, most primal chaos giants would be the teachers of the convention. When they lectured on the Tao, they would also talk about breaking through to the primal chaos realm. At this moment, it would attract the suspicions of the other primal chaos giants. Two primal chaos giants would debate and debate on the Tao on the battle platform. This was a good thing. They had different understandings. They were both primal chaos giants, and their debate on the Tao would be helpful to some of the Unity Realm cultivators below in breaking through to the primal chaos realm. It's just that Dongbui Shui-ing was only at the Unity Realm. When he lectured on the Tao, even the primal chaos giants felt that no one would lower their status to question him. After all, it was unfair for a primal chaos giant to question a Unity Realm cultivator. Such questioning was akin to smacking the other party's face. Ba Yun Palace Master. Dongbui Shui-ing immediately stood up. It was not good for him to continue sitting cross-legged facing a primal chaos expert. I don't have any other intentions. It's just that for the sake of the cultivators present, I have to debate with you. Ba Yun Palace Master acted as though he was doing this for all the cultivators present. Please. Dongbui Shui-ing nodded. Previously, when you lectured on the Tao of Slaughter, you felt that the foundation of the Tao of Slaughter lies in storing, followed by releasing. Am I right? Ba Yun Palace Master said. Dongbui Shui-ing nodded. I dare not say for the primal chaos realm, but at the Unity realm, I feel that storing is more important. You just have to act against me. I will only display the strength of the 6th floor of Star Tower to deal with you. Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. In a while you will understand which one is more important. All right. Dongbui Shui-ing nodded. Usually no one would be able to convince the other party in debating on the Tao. Hence, they would fight to verify it. Hong, Heart Imitation Religious Master, who was on the high platform, immediately controlled the battle platform. An array light barrier rose around the battle platform, preventing the shock waves from the spar from affecting the cultivators below. Senior Dongbui and the primal chaos expert are going to fight to verify their Tao. Many cultivators watched nervously and excitedly. This was the highest level of competition since the start of the Star Convention. Be careful. With a thought, Dongbui Shui-ing caused many black long shuttles to appear floating around him. The two ends of the long shuttles were incredibly sharp, and on the other side, Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled as he extended his right hand. His right hand did not even have scales appearing. Clearly he felt disdain.